PKA 704 with our guest Christopher Michaels Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew and Lock and Load, a couple of wonderful penis-related sponsors. That's our biz, Christopher. We see people out there who don't have the optimal penis, and we bring them the answer. We bring them the, how are your loads?
Yeah, we're in the jizz biz. Can we help you?
Well, you know, I haven't had multiple relationships. Apparently, I'm lacking somewhere, so I'm sure everybody could use some help.
You think
what is the maximum lethal dose or the minimum lethal dose, and then how can we dial it back? I think that's probably what
we recommend to take as directed, just like it says on the back of the bottle. But you stay hydrated. You take all this. You'll be shooting ropes, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Your next partner won't be able to leave you because she won't be able to leave because she's going to be so sticky and have cum in her eyes and
blinded.
There you go. Yeah. Hopefully it's not a volume thing.
They'll never invite me back to Shoney's again. I tell you that much.
Dude, Shoney's is one of those restaurants that like I thought was almost a South Park thing. Until I like drove past one probably in the South and I'm like, oh, it was like the Casa Bonita experience where I didn't know Casa Bonita was a real place until driving through Colorado when I was like 15 or 16 and like, oh my God, this wasn't a joke. It's real. Shoney's, same thing. I've never been to one.
I've been many times.
Yeah, they used to have this little statue out front of this little guy. He was like the Shoney's big boy. And he had this little
the big boy.
And I had a friend of mine in college that looked just like him. And we would try to get him to like if we could find the overalls and get him to do, he wouldn't go for it, but he looked just like him. It would have been hilarious.
No sense of humor.
No,
he's no big boy.
Yeah, but back in the day, man, like in college, we survived off of these like buffet style places. Of course, back then, it's $4.99 all you can eat, and I mean I can eat $60 for the bacon. So we go in there and hit those places on the weekend and basically just eat yourself into a food coma and then survive till Monday and. String it out to Sunday, look in the paper, see what churches are having a homecoming, show up for that on Sunday. And
a potluck.
Man, we were the masters at just showing up and
go to the cakewalk, try to win that.
Yeah, I'm Bob's grandson. Yeah, he passed away a few years ago, but I know it'd warm his heart to know I was here getting a big plate of fried chicken from y'all.
What'd you go to school for?
Wedding Crashers, but for food.
I'm sorry?
You said college. What'd you go to school for?
Well, I started out, this is a funny story. So I started out with an art degree and I went to the University of Georgia, which was the cheapest art school you could go to. I had sold my truck. I sold everything I had. I went to night classes, was a construction worker all day, worked as a security guard at night and slept every third day. I was doing murals. I was doing like event security on the side. I was fixing people's cars. I had 6 jobs, whatever I could do to stay in school. And the way they did it back then was you would do like 2 years of core art classes and you would keep all of that work. And then that would be submitted like a juried portfolio to be accepted into the fine art program or whatever. And I had aims. I wanted to be like a set painter in the movies and do all these cool backdrops and all that sort of like forced perspective stuff, the things they did in Star Wars, the paint on a piece of glass with the ship here and they film the people here and all that. I thought that was really interesting. So anyway, I did all that. I'm 2 years in. I am just giving till it hurts. And my dormitory got flooded by some dude passed out drunk in a shower, like 2 floors above me, and just proceeded to just literally fill the whole building. So I come back and like, I'm on like the 8th floor of a building. 2 years worth of drawings and paintings are like under a futon on the floor, thinking that would be a safe place.
Yeah.
Wrong. They have all just melted into this big gloop of canvas and paper and paint and ink, and it was just destroyed.
Abstract art now.
Oh yeah, abstract art, and I still have some of it. Oh yeah, it's toast. So of course I'm devastated. I mean, I have been, college was not an easy financial thing for me to do. So I go to the art school and I'm like, hey, look, these submissions are in a couple of weeks. Can you give me like a short list of paintings or drawings to do something? Because obviously I can't repeat 2 years of college at the level I've been doing it. And they were like, sorry, kid, it wouldn't be fair to everybody else. You're just going to have to start over or pick something else. And I was like, damn. So this is in like 1994. So about that time, that's right when like, Photoshop and all this digital stuff is coming on board. Disney's already got some of like Pixar's kind of coming up. So, I mean, digital graphics are starting to happen. So I had a friend of mine who was an art student with me, and he was like, hey, man, like, maybe you could change it up to something different. I was like, man, I'm a painter. I'm a sculptor. Like, what else am I going to do? I'm not going to be like a veterinarian or a lawyer or something.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, well, there's a computer up at the art building that will draw a picture, somebody said. And I was like, screw that, man. I don't want to fool with that. But, I don't remember what it was, but I was just kind of, sitting outside having that soul searching moment of what am I going to do? And I was like, well, this computer thing is coming and I can either be at the front of it or back of it. So I went in there one night, just, evening classes, and turned it on, and it was like Photoshop 1. It was like before they even had layers or anything. It was just moving colors around. And I just started poking it with a stick. In my mind, it was going to look like, that Money for Nothing Dire Straits video or Tron or something. It was going to be these like blocky, video game looking stuff. But I got in there and I realized I could actually make some art that did not look like it came out of a computer. I could still make all these colors and things work. So I ended up quitting the security job and just messed with it at night. I kept doing the construction job by day and, going to evening classes, and started staying up all night, just in there messing with it, and got where I could make some actual art. And I was like, all right, well, this is pretty cool. Maybe I could use this to get into movie special effects. So I looked around. There was not a degree program for that. But the same friend that told me about the computer, he was doing this thing of kind of like scientific illustration, where it was like kind of a dual degree. You were like part in like the biology department and then part art department. So I started looking around and I was like, okay, well, there's the theater department at UGA has like a screenwriting and directing and, movie degree. And then there's the studio art degree at the art building. So I went to the college and I just said, hey, can I like do this? Can I make up my own major and do this? And they're like, well, you can't do that unless you got to get like the board of regents on board. You got to get professors to sponsor you. You've got to get some clearance, like the state, like whatever the state board that determines like how many credit hours you got to have to be an accredited degree in the state program, that kind of stuff. So I really just was like, all right, let's do it. So I just put my boots on and started calling people and writing letters and hanging out in the hallway outside of people's offices and bugging the shit out of them. And finally got a couple of professors that were like, well, I don't really give a shit about what you're trying to do, but I've got this side project, and if you'll do the graphics for that, I'll sign on and be your guy. So I pretty much just hustled this degree together and basically made up a movie special effects degree, and was the first person in the state of Georgia to graduate with that. And there were some other people kind of doing the same thing. I was the first one in, but we all kind of figured it out as we went. And so I went to do that, and then I went on to do movie special effects. So yeah, that was what my college degree was in. It was basically art classes, and it allowed me to like write out like foreign languages and a bunch of stuff that I didn't find interesting. I just filled in with more studio art. So I pretty much just did kind of a self-guided tour. I had a couple of professors who turned out to be really cool people and kind of helped me with, writing grants and getting some computer equipment and stuff like that. And I don't know shit about computers and still do not. I'm an artist, but I just figured out how to make art with a computer. And again, at this point, whether, it's a blowtorch or a paintbrush or a spray can or a mouse, I can make art with what's in my head. The computer is just another tool to do it. But,
you owe a lot to that dude whose butt cheek blocked the shower drain.
He did. As a matter of fact, he did, because if that hadn't happened, I probably would have slogged it out with the old school traditional art skills, which, honestly, going to art school, there were a lot of people there that didn't really have to have a job.
True. Like, who else went to art school?
What did you study? What was your focus?
No, I meant Hitler.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Dude, I'm loving this tale of resilience
Eddie's
and
art
ambition.
had a great thing about him. Like, I can't get the trees right. I'm going to kill everybody.
As an artist, when you see his paintings, are you like, this isn't very good?
Oh, well, Hitler stuff, you mean?
Yeah.
There were just some crappy landscapes. I can't remember. I saw one in person somewhere in Europe one time. I can't remember where.
Can you pull
they were
something
just
up?
kind of.
It was a big meeting, big art meeting.
We've talked about it, and Kyle, if I recall, Kyle thinks they're pretty good.
I do,
but
I
I've
think
said
he's a
before, like
teenager.
they're good enough to be like the stock landscape in like a Marriott, like a double queen room. That's the limit, though. Like if I pass to that in a art gallery, I just keep walking.
Come on,
was
Taylor.
that really a Hitler?
Okay, fine. This is better than the other ones. But even so, this isn't like, oh, wow.
Exactly.
If I made that, you would be complimenting me. You would be like, yes. Woody, you are the benefit of low expectations, and this is blowing my mind.
That's true. If I painted this
with no faces,
if I painted this, I would show it off. But if I were a professional artist, like this one,
not bad in that one. I've not seen that one there, but
his age is so important with these, because if you tell me that a 30-year-old man who studied his whole life did this, I'd be like, okay, give me 10 years and I'll do the same. Making this my passion. But if you tell me he was 14 and he did this on a lark one afternoon, it's like, okay, well, that's talent.
Was he 14 when he did this?
That was 1913.
I don't know Hitler's age.
So Zach says 20-ish.
20s.
That's if he's 21.
You could give me a lifetime and I couldn't do this. If you forced me to be an artist, like something with skill, I'd have to find a workaround.
There. That's sick.
I'm more of
that's kind of a Bob Ross looking sort of thing there, actually.
Yeah.
I'd become an artificial intelligence artist. That'd be my trick. I'm gonna get a voice prompts.
We are just going to add a happy little bush here.
Yeah. It's the most successful modern, kind of a Hogwarts looking thing there, but the lighting on that one is actually quite well done.
I think that's really nice. It reminds me of like the anti-Thomas Kincaid. He could have been the painter of darkness.
The painter of darkness.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, those were better than I remembered them being, but still, like, not art, not something you'd see in the art museum.
Not his best work in life.
Nothing that's going to inspire you. But I tell you mentioned AI, though. I've done a lot of work the last 15 years doing like concept drawings for people. Somebody will call me up like, okay, I've got a 72 Plymouth Duster, but I want to know what it would look like as some sort of a JDM style type of thing, Bozazoku style or like, could you do a board track racer, but have an old BMW, but put a modern this on it? Like I would come up with these big concept drawings, and now you can just hop on AI and just be like, AI, show me a, Buick Grand National with an El Camino rear end on it, and boom. And it might have, 6 headlights or something you got to tweak on it, but it's going to decimate what's already taking a dent out of my income, but it's going to decimate traditional art and songwriters and writers and copywriters and radio hosts and everything. And, people are like, oh, but it's free. I'm like, yeah, you're just teaching it to do us better than we do. Like, stop doing that.
Oh. Yeah. So someone made a clip with AI. Tricks. Like someone made a clip of this show with AI that we listened to. Someone linked it to us in a Hangout. And it was wild how the cadence of all of us was exactly right. And like, they weren't real conversations we'd had. They just sounded like it. And I was like, oh, damn, this is actually pretty good. Like, this is, I don't know.
Yeah, I might do a similar thing.
Stop to that.
Exactly. And it picks it up so quickly. I had a friend of mine fed it about, I don't know, it was 500 or 600 lines of, there's like 3 of us in this little Facebook chat thing. And we just, talk shit to each other and all that. He fed it about 500 lines of that. And it spit out like what it was like some conversation with us. And it really, one guy is always a little more scatological with his humor. The other guy is a little more, technical. I'm good with like one-liners and like it was like identifying our personality types in our responses. And I was like, unplug that and kill it with a stick, man. Like that's, not get all like Skynet Matrix on you, but like if nothing else, even if there is no evil intent, I heard some lady on TikTok or something one day was talking about, how, she wants computers to like do the dishes and file her taxes so she can spend more time doing art and music, not have computers do art and music so she's got more time to do the dishes.
They can come up with a really common machine that does the dishes for you.
Yeah.
Like we could call it a dishwasher.
That's a great idea.
Precisely. But all of it it's the creative people. I mean, and I'm sure I'm just looking at it from that, relatively myopic viewpoint. I'm, accountants, everybody else out there. But, when you have AI that's writing songs, let me hear Baby Got Back as if Elvis performed it, to be able to just speak that into a microphone and have it spit out of there. A friend of mine, I have friends who are authors. I have friends who are speechwriters, people who are copywriters and ad writers, people who host shows like this, people who do art like me. I'm kind of hanging on to the sculptures at least, because at least as of yet, AI is not plugged into some 3D printer that can kick out some sculpture of mine.
But they'll do that eventually.
It's only a matter of time. Yeah. And
it just needs one of those matrices that that thing you put on your head with all the pins, and on the other end, like your face pops out. It just needs one of those with a lot higher resolution, right?
Yeah.
They'll figure it out. I'm okay with I really do like the songs part of it. Like I heard an AI song of Homer Simpson singing Zombie by the Cranberries, and it was so funny. I was like, okay, I'm good with this kind of AI. This part of AI doesn't seem like it's going to hurt us.
Yeah, but that's just like a shadow of it, though, because I remember like 25 years ago, I think it was like South Park did like Cartman singing Come Sail Away by Styx, which was just hysterical. But, but just as it becomes more and more, so okay, the premise you just talked about, to have Homer Simpson doing this Cranberry song, like look at somebody like Weird Al Yankovic, who has brought untold joy and laughter to millions of people over the last 35 years doing all these spoof covers. Well, do we need Weird Al Yankovic anymore? If I can just be like, hey, give me a honky tonk version of Boys in the Hood, which actually somebody's done that. But, either way, like it all just, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist.
I immediately pictured that. It's a different kind of hood they're wearing.
There was a band called the Gourds, I believe, did that. They did Gin and Juice and Boys in the Hood.
Light up your torches, put on your mask.
This is an intense song.
Hang on, I'll be back.
So no, I want you to go down the conspiracy side of it. That's always fun.
Well, conspiracies. It's so easy to get lost down that rabbit hole. I'm sure a lot more of them than we would like to think are true, but and then sometimes I look at a lot of them thinking like, if you were doing something sketchy, the best way to disguise it would be through a bunch of conspiracy theories that are close, but not quite.
Disinformation.
Yeah,
exactly. So at that point, people are going to think, I've heard that before. It's all, it's the aliens and Bigfoot conspiring to, get my PIN number, like that'd be a good way to disguise it. But from a conspiracy standpoint, I think it's maybe not even a conspiracy in that there is willful intent. It's more like, have y'all seen WALL-E? The little Pixar movie with a little robot. Beautiful movie. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite silent films. But like the people in that movie that come in like the second act, they're all in these hover chairs. They're like babies. They can barely walk.
Watch that movie on a cruise ship.
Yeah, exactly. So like they just like I'm less than a conspiracy, like as in there's some higher power gonna get us all enslaved by AI. I just am concerned that like humanity in general is just going to, or at least developed humanity is just going to slowly get lazier and lazier and stop being creative. Kind of like with, and I'm guilty of this, all the shorts and reels and TikTok, all these little short form video content. I don't want to sit through a 10-minute video anymore that, for a while it was, I'm not going to watch an hour-long documentary on Iwo Jima. I'm going to watch a 10-minute fat electrician video that's just as funny. And then now those are suffering because there's a 60-second short somewhere. I'm just kind of concerned if we in general are just going to get so used to just going, Chat GPT, find me something to eat for dinner. And it'll do it. And we're just going to become the people in WALL-E. We're just going to stop thinking. We're going to stop breaking rules.
We're probably will.
Woody had a math question today. He's got an aquarium. He needed to put some formula in it and get this copper level to a certain point. And he had some of the factors, but he didn't know the answer exactly. He actually did, but he wanted his math checked.
Because I could kill it.
And he plugged it into, I think, Bing's AI, and I was on my end driving, plugging it into Chat GPT, and both of them were so wrong that it would have killed anything and everything that was involved with the program had lives been dependent on the dosage of copper we were putting in that tank. And look, I gave him an answer. I was like, this. And then I looked at I was like, no, not that. What? But I believed it. I was so trusting in Chat GPT that when it spat out that wrong answer, I didn't even consider that the answer.
I thought you were joking with your first answer. I didn't know that you had used AI. So that it basically the question was like, hey, 30 milliliters raises 20 gallons to 2.5 parts per million. I need to raise 10 gallons by 0.1 parts per million. What are you getting? And Kyle, instead of 30, put back like 28. And I'm like, oh, he's fucking with me, because that doesn't if 30 does 2.5 and twice the volume of water, no way is 28 it.
Yeah.
And 10 Taylor, my wife loved your joke. He said he specializes in train, departure, and arrival time word problems, and didn't even try it.
I'm glad.
Yeah, but the AI failed on both extents with that, and I plugged it. I like copy pasted your question, and it still got it very wrong. But
I rephrased it until Bing was like, "I'm no longer allowing you to ask me."
Damn, like, Bing getting lazy.
Yeah.
Now I also saw
I just want to answer you. I didn't know that.
AI's like covers so many sort of different types of tools, but I saw the one that just sort of makes videos, and they compared last year's version with this year's version, and last year's was the one of the guy like eating spaghetti, and his fingers were like melting and stuff, and we were all laughing at it.
Yeah.
Yes, Will Smith. And this new version, it's like, I thought that was a video of an Asian man eating noodles. I thought that was a real Asian man eating noodles. Like, you can't tell anymore. The fingers aren't going Squidward and like scooting off.
You can see like one
of them.
You can see like a sixth knuckle under one hand as he's eating, and that's
I'm glad
it.
You
it's
said that.
Asians
I wasn't 100% sure that they weren't tricking me with a video.
Yeah,
that someone didn't film their Asian cousin and try to convince me that's how far AI had come.
I wonder if at some point they'll have to be like a disclaimer on certain videos to let you know that it's not a real person, because somebody eating noodles is pretty innocuous, but I mean, think of like the celebrity porn fake potentials with this sort of stuff. Artists, public figures, people would have to find some way of like controlling their image.
My mind goes to politics, right? I just instantly have my opponent on a racist tirade, an unpopular position. Who knows what? Maybe I have Trump in the back room secretly being pro-choice, whatever would cost him votes, and put it out there.
Oh yeah. It's no longer like guys driving around with fake Type R badges on their car. Like you can just completely synthesize anything.
If I worked for the Trump campaign, that's what I'd do.
Of course.
I would leak backroom audio of him speaking lucidly, clearly, commandingly, intelligently. Like, he'd drop the whole this, that, and the other act, and he'd be like that. He'd be on the money. He'd be Bill Clinton personified, like talking about the Middle East.
Ronald Reagan.
Oh, and then you leak that. Oh, that'd be great.
If anything, the politicians are hoping AI gets better faster, so that if like a video of some politician giving head on the Lincoln Memorial, then 5 years comes out, they're like,
Lindsey Graham,
what
alone.
Are you crazy? That was not me. It looked like me, but it wasn't. And it's like, oh, Lindsay, I guess we have to believe you now, you old
old ladybug.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder what the evolution of this will be. At some point, will AI get good enough that it will be demanding, voting rights or demanding to have an identity? Could there be some point where some AI is running for office because, obviously, maybe it doesn't have a physical body, but people are so used to interacting with these different AIs that at some point are they going to want, this gets into like, this is kind of turning into like, that Philip K. Dick, do androids dream of electric sheep, which I believe turned into Blade Runner.
Yeah.
At some point we used to worry about, are androids going to get so good? They're going to want to have rights in their own identities. We don't even need the body at this point. Like, it's just this ghost in the machine in a way of something. So I just wonder if at some point it'll just be three AI candidates running for each other. I don't know.
I read a book that opened with this premise. You know how you have like yourself cryogenically frozen? Yeah. He did that, but he had himself stored as a computer program. And then later on, when they awoke the program, he thought what he signed up for was to put himself on a body to live in the future, to watch his investments grow for, 300 years, etc. What he actually woke up to was that these programs that were stored became servants of the current generation of living people. And you could choose to serve them and perform their menial tasks, or they would just delete you. And that was what the choice that he woke up to.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a terrifying, harrowing position to be in.
I am also sometimes skeptical because I remember the Russians showed off their most advanced new robot, and there was a guy in a suit. And you know what I mean? And
this wasn't Tesla?
No. And then did Tesla do the same?
Yes,
I know China.
dancing android.
Yeah.
And then in China a while back, hilariously, and the most cute thing ever, the cute fake ever was those Pomeranian puppies they had painted to be panda cubs. And it was like, oh, we have so many panda cubs. And it's just like, oh, you know what? I'm not even mad. Look at those little fuckers.
Pandas.
Oh,
this is better than pandas. Like, give me one. Come on.
This panda bites. Is this the youngest panda I've ever seen in my life? I had no idea a panda would just stand in the corner of the carport and bark at its own echo for an hour.
This panda humps me constantly. I didn't think pandas were like this.
Oh,
They're the best.
Supposedly, Nikola Tesla made a remote control boat that he unveiled at some World's Fair or something like that. And, using, radio control signals, and people just kept insisting that there was like a trained monkey in there, or there were wires. Like, people just could not get their head around the wireless technology, and they thought it was just some scam. It's kind of come full circle now, where it's like,
dude, that guy was like, when you read the history of how much he was just like, he was right about so much, but he was just bullied by Edison. Like they did the equivalent today of, he's like, I invented something kind of neat, and they're like, shut up, incel, you fucking loser, you get no pussy, dude. You get no pussy. You're sitting there, you look at your technique for electricity is killing elephants.
Oh yeah, I mean Edison. I think at one point put like some. Of course, he claimed it was some sort of hyperbole, but he was like, "I'll give $20,000 to whoever can come up with this, whatever, some kind of switching relay problem or something." And like, so it was like next morning or something, Tesla rolls in like, "Yo, here you go," and he was like, "I didn't really mean that."
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take that and take a look.
Asshole, but publicly electrocuting elephants and pets and doing all this smear campaign stuff on Tesla.
He wanted people to know that what was it? Direct current was how dangerous it was and deadly it was.
And, any current's dangerous if you shock the shit out of something with it.
I just don't like seeing them kill those elephants.
I don't understand. I started looking into it because Donald Trump did that gibberish rant about the electric boats. Did you see that?
Yeah, I sure did. My goodness, they gotta. There's no way. There's no reason for him not to have a working teleprompter. I don't get it. When he gets up there and it breaks, and there's not like a NASCAR pit crew of tech guys running up and like bringing in a whole new podium, like I don't know how that happens.
Was he talking about like a big boat with a powerful electrical engine sinking and him getting shocked by it?
You get electrocuted because there was a shark 10 yards away, and he's asking some guy. He keeps repeating again and again. No one's ever asked this question. They said no one ever asked this question. I think maybe it's my connection to MIT. His uncle taught at MIT.
That's a polite way to be like, I'm baffled by the idiocy. I saw, like, speaking of AI and some of it being funny, I haven't seen Trump do that monologue, but someone put it into, that monologue on Jaws where the guy's like, 15 men went into the water. But only one came out of the water. Like, it was that, but him saying all that shit from Trump. Like, they told me it was a wonderful question, and I'd never been asked that before. He said, I'm a genius. He said, what if a boat goes down and there's a very powerful, sort of incredible magnetic engine of electricity on it, but there's a shark 10 yards away? What if should I take? And then at the end, I guess Trump ended it by saying, I'd take the electricity. I wouldn't want to deal with the shark.
I want the electricity of the shark too. I don't know the answer though to his question. I want to be like, oh, you're so stupid, but low key, why is it I can touch the two poles of a battery, like a DC battery, and it's nothing? Yet when I do it with a wrench, it's a really big deal right away. Why does AC kill me, but DC's fine? But DC fucking hates wrenches. I can tell you that for sure. Mm-hmm. I'm confused.
It has to do with the amperage more than the voltage. DC, when you touch it with your hands, for example, the car battery, your body is a conductor, but there isn't enough amperage in that battery to push through the resistance of like your thumb.
Wait, doesn't a battery have like 650 cold cramping amps and a AC have like 15 amps? It's almost
yes, but okay, I'm doing a poor job explaining it, but like the voltage is so much higher, you're cramming more energy into a given wavelength. Like that battery, yes, if you cross those terminals with a wrench, you've closed that circuit with the metal because the DC can push, the metal conducts well enough that it allows the current to flow on the DC. Whereas if you grab it at your house, that car battery is, let's see, what's the way to put it? It's cold cranking amps, but it's in a small battery. Whereas like, think about like water, like as a hose. Like if I take like a bucket with a 2-inch hose and I turn the water on, that water is going to blast you in the face. But if I hook it to the bottom of a hydroelectric dam with 1 billion gallons of water behind it, that force is going to come. There's so much more power pushing it through. So like that little battery doesn't have, it's like getting slapped, but it's not like getting slapped by a truck. So you're not catching as much current. Because I mean, I've lit myself up with 12 volt and 24 volt plenty of times. You just don't have enough. There's not enough power behind it. Whereas when you tap into like a welder or a dryer plug or something at your house, you have high tension lines carrying thousands and thousands of volts pushing it down to you. I'm probably an actual electrician.
The
I'm sure
voltage is what's pushing the amperage, right? The voltage is pushing the amperage. So you've got a 12 volt battery pushing a lot of amps, but the resistance from your skin, it can't push that amperage into your body. Whereas something like a metal wrench, very conductive, and it immediately shorts. And your wall is kind of the opposite. You've got all that voltage and not a whole ton of amperage, but it's coming through a copper wire and it's continuous.
I think in the water analogy, the voltage is the speed that's flowing through the hose, and the amperage is the diameter of the hose. And voltage times amperage is watts, but in this case it would be gallons, and that's the parallel. But I'm still a little bit twisted. Like, why is it voltage seems to work with bad conductors better than amperage does? And I don't know. Back to the boat. I don't know what. I'll take the question. I understand how that works.
I don't know what happens. I know when you get those like lithium ion big car batteries wet, they have a meltdown, right? Like I've seen so many of them do that crazy fire that looks like science fiction, that blue crazy fire. They have to have a special firefighting kit to deal with electric car fires.
I have a buddy of mine's a firefighter, and they've had to deal with that a few times. Because like the lithium, it's almost like a fuel. It's the difference in like with gasoline, it's the gas vapor that's burning, not the liquid fuel. Whereas like a diesel, it's the actual fuel. Same thing with those lithium batteries. Like when it catches fire, that becomes like a literal fuel. It doesn't need to like blend with the atmosphere to burn. Like it would burn in a vacuum or underwater. We actually had to deal with that recently. In about a week, we're going to take the junkyard cars back to Alaska to throw them off the cliff again for the 4th of July, which is
nice,
an absolutely awesome thing we do each year.
What's the drop off that cliff?
It's about 400 feet, 350 feet. I mean, it's enough. Like it's
a real drop.
We're not just throwing them off the back of your grandmother's carport. It's about 40 stories down there. When you see it online, it's kind of a forced perspective. If somebody's at the bottom looking at it, it looks very compressed, but there's a good couple hundred yards from the base of that cliff.
Anybody ever base jump off that thing?
I don't think so. I mean,
I want to be on top of the car. I want to be on the car that races over the edge and then jump like it's Grand Theft Auto or something and pull my chute.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That would be pretty rad. I mean, we got enough hang time on the truck the last time that you could have done that easily. There's about maybe a 80 or 100 foot vertical drop, and then you kind of hit like this debris field, all the stuff that's crumbled off over the years, and then it levels out. Oh yeah, man, it is so wild. So that car, I missed it last year. I was up in Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, doing a different thing in Alaska last year. But some buddies of ours took this Jurassic Park Explorer, and you can see like it's landing the level of the river down there. So like it's a drop. Yeah, it is. It is one of the most rock star things. Yeah, so that car is going to hit at the same level as those people in that water you see down there.
Jesus.
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
Is
violent.
That's fun.
It's so awesome. So Jay Roberts, who
the crowd.
has
any drug use down there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any drug use down there, or they keep it clean?
I have never seen anything.
That looks like a party crowd. I'm joking.
There.
It looks like somebody's passing around a fucking balloon of nitrous.
I've never seen any drug use, or at least you can't prove I have.
Everything I have seen up there has been straight up. So that whale came off the top of that car, and we were like taking numbers if somebody else would hit the whale, and sure enough, they did. It is hilarious. So Jay Roberts is a friend of mine. He's one of the cannonballers, and we're over here, this side. I'm backwards there. So Jay has the nonstop record and the self-drive record in a Prius. As Ed Bolian said, he's like the Valentino Balboni of the Prius. Like he has done multiple runs in this Prius, big fuel tank. He's got an off-road Prius. Like Jay's just a cool dude. he had this old junker Prius, and he was going to take it up there with us this year and yeet it off the cliff with these other cars we're taking. But because of that battery pack, it just wasn't safe, because if that battery pack were to rupture upon impact, there's just not a way handy to put it out down there. So they had to pull the plug on launching the Prius because of that lithium battery pack.
Yeah.
But it's going to be
safe for the crowd. It wouldn't be safe for the crowd. It wouldn't be safe for the crowd, but I'd like to see the cars explode midair. There's this famous video from the Mideast where a car drives over an anti-tank mine and it launches the car way up in the air, and it's tumbling as it goes. And there's a little bit of a smoke trail as it goes. And it turns out it was a suicide bomber. And as it reaches its apex, and I mean like a movie director said, and now it explodes. And you get this double boom at the apex of the car just going into a million pieces, and it's so cool.
I saw a video too. That was like almost like one of those like Roadrunner cartoon level of like timing. Like it was the same thing. Would just go along, and that was some violence. I mean, Arnie, the guy that runs the cliff launch thing up there, he's super safety conscious. When you see the videos, the way the lens kind of compresses things, it looks like people are right up on it. It's a couple of 100 yards. I mean, you couldn't. I don't know. I mean, if you launched a McLaren or a Hellcat or something off of there, you might hit the crowd. But the gravel surface up top is so loose, you couldn't put enough traction down to really get that kind of speed. But he's always been very safety conscious. Like there's no power, because we were going to hey, we're going to throw some tannerite in there. We were going to all these bad ideas. And they were like, no explosives. There is just enough gas in that car to get it off of the hill. All the other fluids are drained. All, the glass has been removed. Anything loose, spotlights, any other part that could fly off. Also, like I had this idea of wouldn't it be fun to send off an RV and have a bunch of mannequins in there, they're all cooking breakfast and sitting on the toilet. And he's like, no, like nothing that a kid might see and mistake for a person getting hurt.
Sucks.
Well, no, they're cool. I mean, they've got an awesome thing going on.
Well, you have to say that, but I will let you know.
Yeah. Your idea was great, and it's a shame they shut it down.
Well, it is such a fun event, and it is Glacier View, Alaska is about an hour from Palmer, which is probably about the only real city out there in central Alaska. And they got a good thing going on, and I totally understand them not want to mess it up. But, it's a family-friendly thing, and they keep it clean, and rightfully so. It's a fun event. I was heartbroken I missed it last year, and if I had not been doing something else equally cool, I would have found a way. But we're heading out again this week, end of next week, actually. I partnered up with these guys, RMJ Tactical. I picked them up as a sponsor, and I used one of their Tomahawks on the last trip to do some sketchy stuff. So they hooked us up to get up there again. We have an ambulance and a minibus and a minivan and a Chevy Cavalier are what we are launching this year.
Has anybody ever armored up a car, like a mini contest to see whose can survive the best?
So Finnegan and Freiberger from Roadkill tried that a few years ago. It didn't work. I was talking with Hot Wheels a couple of weeks ago, and I was hitting them up to see if they were into sponsoring something. Mattel is a super cool company, but that doesn't really fit their brand. Their thing is all about building tough, indestructible toys, not things that get destroyed. And I could see that. But that kind of got my idea spinning, though, of what if we could build a car that would survive the drop? Because there's about 100-foot drop, but you land on this kind of a 45-degree slope of gravel and kind of sand and stuff like that, which absorbs a lot of energy. In 2022, there was a Dodge Dakota that you probably could have driven out of there if our F-150 hadn't landed on it like a lawn dart. But it just kind of hit and kind of gentle roll, and it was beat up. I think if you chained the axles where you didn't get a hyper extension and rip the axles out of it, if you chain the axles to the frame and roll cage the crap out of it, I bet you could drive something out of there. I mean, it just depends. If you land on the slope and tumble, if you make it all the way to the flat, no. I mean, you're hitting, 40-story vertical drop onto a rock face. I mean, it's just going to rip the engine internals out and shatter everything. But
I'm surprised Hot Wheels didn't want to get on board, because especially if you had a loop at the top of the hill where you could get something like that going. But the way to do that is two cars. You're going to destroy it. You do it like it's the Blues Brothers. You're going to need the Dukes of Hazzard. You're going to need
the hero car and the sacrificial one. Yeah. With 20,000 people watching, it's all very sitting around Waffle House coming up with crazy ideas. It seems very technical, but when you're there, it's very like gladiatorial. Like, it's just they're blasting rock and roll music through the PA system. There's 20,000 people screaming their heads off. We're all up at the top. We have just sojourned these crap box cars for thousands of miles, fixing them with parts on the side of the road and bumming stuff off of people and just getting them there and like almost not making it and all the trials and tribulations. When we sent the truck off, I think we launched a Dodge Charger police car, a Jaguar, an F-150 that year. Like, we put an Iron Maiden CD in the truck, cranked it, pulled the knob off, just sent it to Valhalla. And like in situation, it's just this very like emotional, like smashing a guitar kind of thing. And all the technical stuff just goes out the window. You just want to see your car fly. You want to watch it get destroyed. You hope it's going to make the lake. You want it to fly cool. Like it's just such a visceral experience. When the Jag went off, that was I may have told this story the last time I was on here, but like the Jag went off just the coolest way. We tried to make the truck and the Jag hit in midair, which of course didn't happen. Truck gets this beautiful arch, just lands and comes apart like the Challenger when it hits. The Jaguar, we've been having all kind of like fuel pump issues, and Matt, our mechanic, was just awesome keeping that thing going. And so the Jag goes off. At that point, they pretty much just attached like a little pint jar of gas to the top of the engine, just enough to get it off. And it had a small block Chevy in it. We'd cut the exhaust manifolds like off at the engine, basically. So it's just raw dogging it right in. Car goes off, V8 just screaming wide open. It just floats through the air. As the car noses down, it just like breaks in half, and the engine just rips apart from the transmission with its own fuel supply still attached.
Oh, sick.
It just like rips open. It's like in Indiana Jones when the guy like shows his heart to him, the heart of the car just breaks in half. The engine goes flying. It's still got its own fuel supply. So there's like flames shooting out, just valves floating. It is screaming right at the point of red line. It is about to explode. It hits in the edge of the lake. Like the water just shatters it. There's just fire and noise, and the car still tumbling down the mountain. 20,000 people are like screaming in slow motion. There's like heavy metal music blasting. We're all at the top, just devil horns and hugging each other and laughing and crying. And like, that was the last car. And like right after it hit, everybody just rushed the field, and all the spans are down there just tearing parts of the car off. And like, it's just such a like America rock and roll kind of experience that all the jokes and funny things that would have been cool just goes out the window, and you just are just hugging your friends and just jumping up and down. And it's awesome. It is a fun event. If you ever get a chance to participate, please go do it. It is so fun. And it's not hard to do. Just get some car that you can afford to throw off a cliff, which for us is about a $500 to $700 car. And if you go in with like 4 dudes, you're in it for about $150 a piece.
Yeah.
Just send it, man.
The engine
it's
by
awesome.
itself is hilarious. I saw a motorcycle the other day that had a small block Chevrolet, and it's like, how much? The guy asked him, he's like, how much horsepower you put in that thing? 1,100. He's just straddling a 427.
4 square inches of contact patch on the rear tire. What's he?
It was a twin turbo 427 or some shit, and he's riding that bitch down the highway. Like,
there's a company. That company's called Boss Hoss. I rode one of those years ago. It's made by a company called Boss Hoss, and the engines are. They make a lot of power, but like you said, you can't put that much power down to the tire. What's scariest about them to me is that there's no transmission. Like, there's not enough room. So they pretty much just have a clutch, and you just disengage. Like there's no neutral. It's like when you roll up to a red light, like you just have to pull the clutch in and disengage the engine from the drivetrain and hope that clutch holds. Because if it doesn't, you're just going to get heated. Like there's no way to stop it.
There'd be enough room for like a CVT. Like that's what it should have. It's just like a, it's got that thing that expands and contracts instead of a gearbox.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, just packaging at that point, just squeezing it in there. But yeah, those things.
Jay Leno's got that crazy one that's got the V10 out of the Dodge, right? Like the Viper engine.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That thing's called the Tomahawk. Yeah, that's a cool.
Can we see a picture of Jay Leno's Tomahawk, Zach?
It's fucking sick. I remember. Yeah,
and it's actually 4 wheels, but they're all tucked together. And he is a cool dude. He was on the Hot Wheels show with us.
It's a bike.
And I ran into him at SEMA too. Like, just like absolutely down to earth guy.
It's like that, like the way
Jay Leno was Like, did you get to drive any of his fancy cars?
Oh no, he drove one of ours, but no, he was like our like celebrity judge. Oh yeah, that thing is that is one of the coolest looking motorcycles.
Isn't that the Batman motorcycle from the Christian Bale movies?
Like it's similar.
Chrome.
Similar concept, yeah. That sort of hub center steering thing.
Yeah, this looks easier to drive than a normal motorcycle.
Yeah. The Christian Bale one is in the vault at the Peterson Museum in L.A.
Yeah, I like the new one better. The Robert Pattinson Batman had like a Honda 750 cafe racer.
The old school.
That was a cooler bike.
Yeah, I thought the Batmobile from that movie, I think, was one of the cooler Batmobiles too. It was just like a trophy truck. You know, it just seemed. I liked that movie a lot. Like a lot of people hated on it, and I think people were like, saw Robert Pattinson, the Harry Potter kid. And they're like, oh,
no, he's not Harry Potter. He's the Twilight kid.
Okay, I never saw that, but
he was in Harry Potter too. You're right.
Yeah,
he was Cedric Diggory.
Yeah.
I used to hate on that guy because he was a Twilight guy in high school. It was like, why do you want that fruity vampire guy? Like, it was just weird that girls were into that. And it was but as his career has gone on, he's a tremendous actor in Lighthouse, in The King. He's very, very good. And as Batman, I loved him. I like him way better than Ben Affleck's goofy dimpled. He's got a dimpled chin under that mask. You'd be like, wait a minute. This is like a 1 out of 100 type. It'd be like if Batman had a big like burned chin or something, like a scar across his face, or you'd pick him out of a crowd.
Batman has vitiligo, and it's like, all right, we've got this narrowed down.
Yeah, he's got that one neck tattoo with the Joker on. The Harley Quinn neck tattoo. But I agree with you. I thought that Batman movie. I mean, the car was much more realistic, seemingly, but he just seemed a little more like he was just some crazy rich kid that kind of had this alter ego. It wasn't this glossy. I'm going to save the world. He kind of came across as very defective too, which made it a much more interesting character.
I like my Batman to be mentally ill. He should be because the idea is mentally ill. Like you can't have a well-adjusted sort of go out in the town. Yeah, I'm Bruce Wayne. I'm a cool guy. That can't happen. He has to be a weird fucking loner who's brooding all the time, sitting around mopey and covered in scars. If this thing's gonna work, and that's why I like Robert Pattinson in that role. He was a little bit
upset
small
with the way they portrayed Batman's parents, like as victims.
Weren't they? I thought they got mugged and killed.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
If you wear a fur coat, pearls, and a tuxedo and a fancy watch, and you go strolling down a place at night called Crime Alley, that's on you, fuck shit. You're an idiot.
Well, that didn't happen in the Robert Pattinson.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I agree. I really don't like him anymore.
I don't mean to victim blame, but
I do.
Dress down for Crime Alley.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't like about the Robert Pattinson one was, other than it wasn't quite as exciting as the Christian Bale ones. I never saw the Ben Affleck one, but at least Christian Bale like committed to be Batman, like the same way he committed to be Dick Cheney. He got fat as shit to be Dick Cheney. He got skinny. He almost died doing The Machinist.
Preach.
And then he got ripped to be Batman. And Robert Pattinson, didn't he say in interviews like, I'm not going to get jacked? And it's like, bitch, that's a huge part of this.
So he's pretty jacked. I know that he refused.
Can we see a picture?
I watched the movie last night, to be fair.
Oh, fuck. I saw it once when it came out, and I was kind of paying attention.
Yeah, it's been 12 hours since I last watched it.
It's been 12 hours since I watched the 3-hour Batman movie, and I was taking special note of his physique during it. And I did think to myself, this guy's like a 150 pounder. If he's in the UFC or something, he looks like this isn't the guy who can take on 3 to 4 men. I would rather have, just physically speaking, the guy from Reacher as Batman, some 6'4", 6'5" Goliath. Although then you do get into that thing where it's like, who could it be?
I don't know. There's 4 guys that look like this. 3 of them were in WWE live last night.
Reacher's a better detective than Batman. It is a little extreme.
But like as a big chunky guy myself, though, like it slows you down. Like if you jump off a building and you whip the cape out to glide it in, if you're a $150, that's a whole lot different than if you're 227 with some size 14 Batman boots on.
Now that's fair. Yeah, that's
you're gonna come in like
sneaking around. And I like the Pattinson Batman because he's more of a detective and way less of a Bruce Wayne in this movie. He's there with the police in the room, like looking at evidence and solving things, instead of that in the shadows vigilante who's just running from everything. I dug it. That's one of my favorite.
Did you look at a guy if you're a detective in New York or Gotham City?
Yeah,
you went to school. You're all the time. Whatever you do to be a detective, could you look at a guy dressed in like a bat costume and a cape and like seriously say like, Batman, what do you think of this forensic evidence? Then he's like, well, I can't be sure.
The thing is, like, movie, I think they kind of talked some shit about him in the movie, if I remember. It's been a while since I've seen it, but
yeah, like he's in the room and the cops are like, what is he doing here? What about chain of evidence? And Commissioner Gordon's like, he's wearing gloves. It's like, that's not what chain of evidence means. That's evidence contamination.
Well, if you don't trust me to handle this evidence with a bunch of discretion, I don't know what to tell you.
I like it.
The governor of Minnesota.
He gets results. What if there was some sort of like Harry Potter crossover where like he uses his Harry Potter magic to be Batman?
Oh, now that I love.
That'd make him too powerful.
That I love.
Then he could just be like mysterious, unravelous.
I'm all about the Harry Potter universe. I like that J.K. Rowling is an ally. I like that.
Oh, she's hilarious. Yeah, her social media stuff is great. People are like, "Oh, I can't believe you wrote this character to be gay. I'm going to burn all your books." She's like, "Whatever. I've got all your money anyway." Like, yeah, she's ruthless on that.
But it's probably something else. Yeah, they give her a hard time, even though her like cinematic universe is billions and billions and billions of dollars. It's got to be bigger than Lord of the Rings. I hate to say it, but it's got to be after eight films in the main series.
Oh, and as far as money,
you've got to know the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them series also exists too. That's 2 or 3 movies.
Oh, that's from a marketing standpoint. I mean, but Lord of the Rings is coming up on 100 years. I'm not a Tolkien fan, but I mean, it's coming up on 100 years.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely have.
And it is 6 movies, so it's not as far behind as you might think.
Oh, he did do 6 movies. Yeah.
I would put in there. They have the dwarf stuff. 2 of my favorite Your Mama jokes are Harry Potter based. One of them is, "Your mama's so fat, the sorting house put her in Waffle House."
All right, I dig it.
And the other one is, "Your mama's so fat, her Patronus is a cake."
Okay.
I don't know enough about Harry Potter to get it.
It's like they can like
spirit animal.
They basically like represent themselves as these little transparent blue characters that can do shit, and you know, like if you're like heroic,
here's that Patronum, and a little animal pops
clever,
out.
yours is an otter, but
you don't know what your animal's going to be until you.
I like that. I mean,
and it can change.
What was Harry's? A snake?
Oh, it was
the deer.
Was it a stag?
A stag.
Zach says stag.
Yeah. And then maybe his mother's was a doe.
I thought you were a real Potterhead, Kyle.
Oh, and then when Snape cast the spell at the end of the movie to save Harry, and he thinks it's his mother's, it's actually Snape's now. Patronum is Lily's Patronum because he loved her so much.
Snape was a fucking loser. Like
Snape was a loser. He was one of my favorite characters. I mean, I love a good villain like, you know, Javier Bardem in No Country for Old Men, or like Christoph Waltz in Inglourious Bastards. Like, I love a great villain.
Yeah, they're good.
But like Alan Rickman absolutely killed that role because like he was like kind of funny sometimes. He was ominous all the time. You had this sort of backstory peeking through, but all he had to work with was like dramatic pause. Like he never got to raise his voice. He never did anything real action wise. Like just tone of voice and pause was really all he had to work with. Supposedly, J.K. Rowling told him the ending of all those movies, but nobody else, so that he could build his character for that. But yeah,
I heard that he was a mentor for all the younger actors on set. Like they really looked up to him and appreciated the career advice and like literal acting advice that he gave them.
Mm-hmm. Rupert Brent and him, I think, in particular, had a close bond. Yeah, I love that guy. He was a great actor. It's a shame he passed away.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
remember him in Quigley Down Under?
I like the character too.
He was like a 61-year-old man who was really upset about like a failed romance that happened like half a century prior.
Gotta let it go. But
I mean, can you imagine, Kyle? Let's say you're 65 years old and a girl broke up with you when you were 15.
Yeah,
actually didn't even break up. We're never in a relationship, and then you get that kid's teacher or that kid's son. Like, you're gonna bully?
Well, that's not what
kid?
happened. You left out a big part of the story. What if there was a girl you always loved? You were friends with her as children. You bonded over your shared interests and attributes that you thought made you both you a freak, but she has them and she's so beautiful. She's not a freak like you. But then it all gets just ruined in school where her boyfriend bullies you relentlessly and she sort of looks on. And then once you've stomached all that and become a man and you're radicalized by all this incel hatred that's caused in you, you make the wrong mistake. You make this mistake where you give a message, you pass a message along, and that girl is murdered with her husband. And now the death is on your hands. And you have to live with that. And you go to your boss and you're crying and you're thinking, I hope he kills me when I tell him what I've done. And he says, no, I won't kill you. You will live with this, and like makes him live with it for the next 40 years or whatever.
That's even worse because then he had all that guilt and he still was bullying Harry, not teaching him the right spells. I don't remember a lot of the.
It really would have been
that long Snape. He was a hero.
It would have been 60 years because in the movies, the Harry Potter kids show up when they're 11 and he was a baby. So this is really only about 10 years out.
10 years after, yeah.
When this all goes down. I'm still butthurt over some breakups I've had in the last 10 or 12 years. So, you know.
Is that really the timeline? I thought Snape was like a 65-year-old man in the show. And all the flashbacks to him with Harry's mom were like, they seemed like teens.
The actor's a little bit too old to be playing who he is. Because I guess he should technically be like 30s, early 40s at the most.
Yeah, because like the timeline in the movie they're like, you know, whatever, 10 years old or so. They're 9 or 10 years old in the movie. Then I don't know. I guess it doesn't say how old Harry's parents were when they had him though. So presumably they weren't teenagers. So yeah, it could have been 25 years or so. Yeah, I don't know. But I enjoy those movies. I mean, as a gun-toting Harley rider, 4-wheel drive dude that, you know, like outwardly, I'm probably it's not cool to do this all kind of stuff. Like I love cartoons. I love like all this escapist fiction. I think is really great. It certainly works great for my brain. You know, as an artist and a former movie special effects artist, the visuals are incredible. And like, you know, I have enough stress in my life of like real life stuff that I don't want to go watch a movie watching somebody else deal with real life stuff. I want to go see somebody find out they have magic powers or fight dragons or dress up like Batman or be a panda that turns out he's really kick-ass at kung fu. Like that kind of stuff is what is soothing to my brain.
If we're talking about made-up shit, Avatar doesn't get enough love.
I don't like Avatar. I've only seen the first one that didn't suck me.
Avatar, the cartoon in particular, not the blue people, but the cartoon.
Avatar with the fucking arrow.
Yeah,
on
the
those
arrow
Asian
boy.
Kids' heads.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about that.
I was a little too old for that when it was coming out.
Unlike me.
Well, you have kids who are like younger than me enough, so you get that overlap. My youngest brother loved that show.
Woody watched it on his own though.
You know, that's Colin's watching it now. I did watch it with Colin, but now he's like going through all the seasons and stuff. I just walk through.
I have heard it's good, but
it is really good. It is really good. I would put the source material out there with the greatest source material there is. Like if there was a well done movie, I think it could be Harry Potter level or even Lord of the Rings level. But there's only poorly done movies thus far.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, the anime stuff I came up on was like old school, like Akira and some of that stuff from the 80s, you know, Ghost in the Shell and Akira and Venus Wars and all that kind of motorcycle centric stuff when it was kind of like Japanese action movie. And I missed all that other stuff after that, all the current, whatever, it's not manga. What is it? I guess manga's the printed version, right? Whatever. Anyway, the last 30 years of it, I've kind of missed out on, but yeah, there was some really impressive storytelling back then. And as a Western kid that came up with like, you know, Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry and those kind of cartoons, to see a cartoon where there's like boobs and people getting killed, motorcycle chases, and, you know, the complexity. I mean, again,
you're selling me
like Akira, you know, your average, like a cartoon like Scooby-Doo, which I love, you know, Scooby-Doo was shot on like 3 plates. You know, there's like a background plate, possibly a foreground, and then one with the characters. You know, Akira had like 57, you know, and like shots where, you know, a motorcycle's coming around a turn in the headlight, like the shadows would change. Every piece of gravel in the road, the shadow would track with the headlight. I mean,
I've never seen Akira, but I know that shot. Like that gets shown so often, and like I watch these videos that I guess are made to get high and just kind of jam out to. And it's just like easy listening with Akira graphics and stuff, anime graphics in general. But I know exactly that shot of that motorcycle fucking leaned over going.
Yeah, coming out of the alley. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, and from an artistic standpoint, I mean, I love motorcycles, so you had me right there. But yeah, artistically, or like that, like some of the rotoscoping they did, like the jukebox scene with the CDs coming in. I mean, that looked like damn near photographic level animation. Some of the like puddle reflections, like the rain scene in Ghost in the Shell, or there was another one called Robot Wars, where it was this, they kind of brought different artists to come in, and several of them had some landscape shots that were nearly photographic and were just literally like painted on glass. This was like pre-computer age stuff, and
that's cool.
The artistry of it was just incredible. And to take, you know, the expense to do something in a cartoon form was kind of groundbreaking back then. You know, people weren't going to put $100 million in, I don't know what it costs, millions of dollars into something that somebody's going to go, this is a cartoon, it's going to be for kids. It's like, no. It's R-rated, it's violence and sex. But they're incredible to watch. I still enjoy them. Akira holds up to this day, in my opinion.
My favorite adult animation, and I don't mean like Rick and Morty, although that is clearly adult animation, but like big budget thing is Spawn on HBO by Todd McFarlane. And so Spawn is technically a Marvel hero, but he's a black secret agent who gets betrayed and literally goes to hell. And Satan offers him a deal to come back to Earth so he can be with his wife. And of course, it's a devil deal. So he accepts it and he goes back, but he goes back 5 years after he left, even though it feels to him he just left. He sends him back 5 years later. Now his wife is married off to his best friend and they have a baby together, and he's on the outside looking in. And when he melted in hell, that didn't heal up. So he's just like a burnt up booger dick. But now he has hellspawn powers because the devil wants him as a secret agent badass to be the leader of the hell army that's about to attack heaven. And so he has he has this crazy suit. And so if he thinks it sort of happens. And he has this cape that makes him fly. He has chains that comes out of his hands and tortures people. And there's, like you said, there's nudity and extreme violence. And it's a very adult animation. I love that. It's on HBO.
Not quite that level of nudity, but like my favorite adult cartoon for years is, Futurama was genius, I think, but Archer I thought was one of the funniest shows that has been on TV in my lifetime.
They lost the plot when, I don't remember what season it was, but they just started like everything was like a new
like a whole new
vignette.
Universe. Like,
every single season was like,
right when he got
now
coma.
they're just cocaine salesman. Now he's in a coma. Well, now they're fucking cowboys.
They did like a Miami Vice season, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So what happened? The cocaine season really happened, but because I think they got paid with like a literal metric ton of cocaine, and there's jokes about what metric tons are. It's only 1,811 pounds. What? Why would they do that? But he has a coma. He like gets hurt, falls in a pool, and goes into a coma around season 5 at the height of my fandom for the show. And the following maybe 4 or 5 seasons,
decade.
Yeah. They're out
he's in the coma, and it allows them to like remix the show into this new thing. And it's like, no. I didn't love your writing and your artistry so much that I would just stomach it no matter what the characters were up to or no matter who the characters were. I liked the formula you came up with, where Archer's the world's best secret agent, but he's a bit of a goofball. I like that.
He's kind of Mr. Magoo, right? Where he like almost trips into being an outstanding secret
idiot
agent.
savant.
Yeah, absolutely. And to this day, just to this morning, like I found a crumb on the floor of my office, and I'm like, in my mind, it's Mallory going, "This is how you get ants."
Do you want ants?
So many little sound bites from that show that were just great. And yeah, I liked the remix. I really only saw like the first season and a few of the other ones. I've been on the go so much in the last decade, I haven't really even watched that much television. But the ones that I saw, I did like that remix. It was funny because like it kind of proved that the concept works, whether it's in some Indiana Jones adventure thing, some film noir, whether it's Miami Vice, whether they're out in space. Like the formula works with these dysfunctional people that all collectively together can kind of, like you said, Mr. Magoo their way into stuff. But it was just funny. I mean, I liked all the little side jokes. You know, there'd be some little vague reference where, you know, somebody's messing with the radio and they're like, you know, thanks Marconi or whatever. Like there would just be these little references to tiny little scientific things that were just funny. The Heart of Archness, the one where he becomes the Pirate King, was just hysterical.
Oh, I remember that one. That's an early season. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Skilling that Noah guy.
That's when he's like on the run or whatever. He's given up on life, and his mother sends one of her exes to go rescue him in that seaplane.
Yeah. They came out I think I was still in college, late college when they came out. Yeah. The
funniest line from that episode is they're flying in the plane, and the guy that was his mother's ex-boyfriend was trying to school him on something, and he was like, don't talk to me like you're my dad. He's like, you're not my dad, are you? And he's like, not unless you're 13, which is just a great flex. So I shagged your mom 13 years ago, which I thought was hilarious. That was something.
Shifting gears a little, but also just hilarious to me. I saw a clip earlier of some Israelis with a trebuchet throwing flaming balls over the wall.
I saw that. They were some people right on the other side of that wall in Lebanon must have upset them because they were
trying to grow some food.
Yeah, what the fuck? Right, food. They didn't have a trebuchet handy, and so they pulled up YouTube and figured out how to build a trebuchet.
No, it must be bigger.
It must be bigger than this. We will be the laughing stock of whole Middle East. It was pretty cool.
Trebuchet.
Taylor said Lebanon, but it's probably Palestine? ? I don't know.
The thing I saw about it was that it was into Lebanon.
Oh, okay.
They've got lots of borders. The Israelis everywhere. It could have been Brooklyn. You never know.
Got their hands in a lot of pies. Yeah. If we find some underground trebuchets, we know who did it.
Underground trebuchets are a terrible idea.
The Jews and their underground trebuchets.
Nothing's going wrong.
Building a trebuchet.
Hey, find something that works. Though. I mean, the Ukrainians are still fighting off the Russians with Home Alone booby traps and stuff, and it's working.
Yeah. Why don't they get some trebuchets over there? That could be. Think how cheap those are to cobble together.
They're expensive. Yeah. I was going to build one.
Really?
There's
no way they're that expensive.
Must be cheaper than artillery.
Modern munitions.
Well, I mean, if you want to build one from Home Depot lumber, 2x4s and such, you could build a small one. But if you want to build a real trebuchet, you need some large pieces of wood that you don't just pick up at the store.
I saw. Man, this is feels like a lost type of YouTube video. But you remember pumpkin chunkin'?
Yeah,
I watched that incessantly in high school.
Yeah, they would fire pumpkins out of these enormous air cannons, and it would just be a bunch of guys being like, "Look how far it goes!" And that's it was the whole thing.
I thought they were trebuchets.
One guy
did. So you're both right. They had multiple classes. They had the centrifugal class as well that neither of you mentioned, where this thing starts. It starts slow and it gets faster and faster. This big arm that's counterbalanced, it's swinging. It's like whoa, 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 and finally it's just like whoa, 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 and then they let it go at the exact right moment and sling the thing. And then they've got the trebuchets, and then they've got the air cannons. Those are the big boys, of course, that can shoot a pumpkin 3,000 or 4,000 feet or something crazy.
The centrifugal is not the king of the hill in this category.
Air cannon is insane.
Yeah,
I would thought an air cannon would shoot nothing but pumpkin pieces.
You have to dial it in. You that's exactly what pumpkin chunking is all about. Woody. You got it's about how much air can and so you got to grow your own pumpkins that are hardy and have that thick shell wall so they can manage to handle 800 1,000.
I wonder if anybody uses counterfeit pumpkins, right? Epoxy injected pumpkins.
They inspect the pumpkin downrange. You got a guy on an ATV. See,
a frozen paintball.
So this is how pumpkin chunking got shut down. So the reason there is no longer a pumpkin chunking festival is because one of the guys who flipped his ATV and fucking paralyzed himself out there being a goober. But you'd have these guys on ATVs who would go out and they'd get the exact measurement because they kept records for all the classes and stuff, and people took it seriously. They'd interview them in the off season, and they'd be coming up with a new thing. It's like, yeah, this is gonna be a game changer right here. It was cool.
That was about the time that they started. Yeah, it's about the time they started throwing cars off the cliff in Alaska. I think that was probably. Hey, you know what? Screw it. Let's throw pumpkins. Let's throw cars full of pumpkins if you wanted to.
Talking about YouTube.
The point you brought up about accelerating, the pumpkin mist coming out, you're gonna air cannon is gonna turn to jello. I was watching something. It was one of those Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody talking about space travel, part of the limiting factor, how fast we could go. Even if we had a ship with a big enough engine on it that we could go the speed of light or close to it, to accelerate a human body up to the speed of light and slow it back down again at a non-fatal level, 15 Gs or something, takes like 80 something years, like you're talking about with the pumpkin, to accelerate that pumpkin up to a point it doesn't just come apart. It takes like 44 years to accelerate a human body up to near the speed of light without turning us into pumpkin juice. And then
I wonder what
slowing
the
us back
perceived
down
amount
again.
of time would be, because time dilates the faster you get. So like the perceived time would be far less than 44 years for you, for you,
yes. But on a real world, well, I mean, you would still, your stopwatch would still ring the same time. From an outward observer, it would go on longer, but you would still experience the same time.
No,
it would just be different.
No, your time is different. No, you're in a bubble. You're in a different bubble of time. Time's not consistent. It changes based on energy and mass. But
it does change. But it was my understanding though that it's still like relative to you. Like if one of y'all took off and flew around at near the speed of light and came back, and we're all been dead 100 years. You know, in your ship though, you still experienced a year of travel. Like you had it. Yes, the time is different, but you still experienced the same level of time. So like 88 years of acceleration and deceleration is still 88 years for you, even though it was 1,400 years for all of us, or for 10,000.
Oh, you think he was factoring that in when he gave
that was my understanding. Yeah, I mean that you don't.
I doubt he's that smart.
I don't know, but you know, but the whatever you're in, no matter how fast you're going, you're still, you know, babies still grow the same rate, plants grow the same time. From the observer standpoint, being in that ship.
Yeah, sure. As you're in the ship, things don't start moving all slow and everything.
Yeah,
but
looking at the window.
Yeah,
exactly. Looking at the window, everything's happening in fast forward.
If you could zip out, you know, at the speed of light for 6 months and then turn around and come back at the speed of light for 6 months, when you got back, everybody would be long dead.
Oh, yeah. It'd be Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, that's why like all the sci-fi is lies, except for the ones that use like space bending and wormholes and stuff. Star Trek shit where we're just skimming along faster than the speed of light. Well, I mean, you know, it's not.
Yeah, it's sci-fi. They have to do a little creative, meandering, figure it out, make it work for the story. And I don't need it to be 100% right. Is there any practical application that we have now of the time dilation shit?
Yes. Yeah. So that was the. What they did was, I think Einstein had come up with a theory. Some mathematicians come up with a theory about time dilation and the speed and everything. And so they had these two atomic clocks, and they left one of them here at home base, and they put the other one on an airplane. And they spent $5,500 or something worth of 1940s money to like fly this thing around the Earth, around and around for a long time at high speed. And when they brought them back together, it was off by several hundredths of a second or something. So they immediately checkmated and like, yep, proved.
Oh, wait, that wasn't what he said.
The person who wrote the formula,
is it real? He said, "Is there any practical application? Like, if we make use of it?"
There is actually. It gets used all the time in like geospatial, like geocentric
GPS.
satellite, GPS stuff like that. And actually, funny enough, you know, so they have to accommodate for a slight variance in time experience in these satellites that are out there going, 17,000 miles an hour around the Earth. But the person who wrote that formula that is still used to this day was Hedy Lamarr, who was Howard Hughes' girlfriend. She was this incredible person. She was a model in Germany.
Show us a picture of Hedy Lamarr, by the way. It's important people know what this lady looked like.
Oh, yeah. She was like a model and a spy. She defected from Germany in some sort of like fancy James Bond type dinner party, comes to America. Not only is she beautiful and a model and a spy, she becomes Howard Hughes' girlfriend. She's like a genius engineer and like mechanical engineer. She developed one of the modern, like the airplane wing that kind of adjusts, like to kind of change the profile on the top for lift, the flaps, all that. She did stuff with the modern airplane wing. And Howard Hughes basically set it up in the lab, and she came up with
I was like, a woman who invented something, you've already lost me in this pile of lies.
Oh, no, I mean, but came up with a formula that is used to this day on these satellites with that, as you said, that practical application for adjusting for that time dilation. And yeah, she's awesome. I mean, what a striking person to, brains and beauty and all of that. But when she worked with Howard Hughes and his sort of skunk works, that was something she came up with, which was.
I bet if I was dating Howard Hughes at the time, I would have come up with something too. He would have handed me a couple
right here is the
discoveries.
4 ham sandwich. It's got 4 kinds of ham. All right, I know you can't fathom more than 3.
And I'm assuming this was in his like, you know, billionaire playboy era, not the like hiding out in the hotel, peeing in jars and saving its fades, like the slightly less crazy part of his life.
He was saving pee in jars?
Yeah, at some point, I believe he was like holed up in some hotel somewhere and was like, like peeing in jars and hoarding it and just doing all this really wacky stuff. Like the
original
life was bananas. But
he played World of Warcraft.
Yeah, he was all into that.
Do you know about the Glomar Explorer?
Yes, but for their benefit.
Yeah. Of course, Taylor's all about it. So the CIA gets in contact with Howard Hughes, and they're like, "Hey, you're an eccentric billionaire, patriot. Would you like to help us out with a little ruse we're pulling on the Ruskies?" And he was like, "Fuck, yes, I would." I'm like, okay. So you're going to have this like really expensive boat you're going to need called the Glomar Explorer. Go ahead and get on that right away. We're going to recover a Russian nuclear submarine, but we're going to pretend like you're out there mining and you've invented some new crazy gold mining technique where you're going to get gold off the bottom of the ocean floor. And people will go, "Oh, that Howard Hughes." And then the news cameras will leave us alone so that we can grab with the like a James Bond manacle type thing on the bottom of this boat, a Russian nuclear submarine, and haul it back up. And they did. They did all of that.
The Russians didn't know that's where their sub was?
We had found it. The Russians hadn't. They didn't know where it, when it goes
I'd be
down.
really suspicious if I knew I lost a nuclear submarine somewhere off the coast of, say, New Jersey, and then suddenly Howard Hughes starts mining there. I'm like, it's fishy.
I would have put those pieces together.
They didn't know where their boat was, though, but we did.
Okay.
And so, like hauling it up, though, it broke apart. It broke in half, and only like half of it came up, and then the rest sort of spilled out. But we did that thing where we recorded like the respectful burial of their men and sent it to them afterwards. So they were like, "What the fuck? You found it?" And they already buried our guys, and I can't even feel bad. Look at them saluting our flag. God damn it. But they, it's
Clever.
Still, I think, classified how much they got out of there. If they got the code books, a nuclear submarine captain has a lot of like high security code books and stuff for like, checking to see if this strike is real or maybe just, just the command codes and stuff, but also whatever coding machine they had down there. They would have had a typewriter or whatever, or a computer system of some kind where when you punched J, it, put out a fucking code. They had like an Enigma type machine or whatever. And that's what they were after, that and their code books and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Howard Hughes is awesome.
Red October is one of those movies that like I can flip on the TV at any stage in that movie and end up watching the whole movie, even though I've seen it like 40 times.
Red October.
It's great. It's just one of those movies. I don't even know what it is about it. Just never get tired of that kind of stuff.
The Russians versus Scotland.
That's what they have, a Scottish. Bless his heart, trying to do that Russian accent. That's a good movie though. Defecting nuclear submarine captain. They're all sitting around like, where are you going to retire to? I was thinking New Jersey, the Garden State.
I love it.
The Garden State.
Yeah. They're all figuring out what kind of sweet package they're going to get from the Americans for turning over a nuclear submarine.
I mean, I'm sure we would give a pretty sweet package.
Oh, of course, for sure.
They could settle in whatever state they want. And we'd probably put them like up in Alaska somewhere where it's like, let's put them somewhere that if they do start talking a little too much, they
can escape right back home.
I feel like they could pull that off. Montana, Wyoming.
Yeah, put them up there. Yeah, they have a little farm.
Oh, yeah, a guy with that accent's not going to stick out at all in Wyoming.
There's nobody else in Wyoming. He's not going to stick out.
That's the problem. I'm sticking that motherfucker in like a real bustling city where there might be some Russians and shit like that, or some Germans.
Yeah.
You're
going to like hide them in Russia Town in New York.
Imagine being the only Russian in Wyoming. Hello, friends.
Comrades.
American friends. Yes.
Howdy. Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw, my fellow American friends. Don't we all hate those Ruskies?
So this is a story that I don't think I've ever told this story on any other channel anywhere else, but it involves a Russian guy in New York, and it's one of the most gangster stories I've ever experienced. So I'm dating somebody at the time, and we go to New York City, and we get like an Airbnb somewhere because it's hotels are $500 a night. We find this pretty decent Airbnb. It's like 5th floor walk up somewhere off, kind of near Central Park, etc. Get there, and there's this younger Russian guy that's renting the place, and he's a nice guy. He speaks pretty good English. He's got it's a little simple, little tiny apartment. He said his girlfriend had to go back to Russia for her. He's Russian. His girlfriend's Russian. She had to go back to Russia to do whatever with her passport. You got to be like 6 months here. You got to go back for a certain amount of time before you can come back. She's gone. He's renting the room out for some extra money. All right, great. Sounds awesome. Nice guy. Recommends some like restaurants and that sort of. There's kind of a Russian neighborhood there, and he recommends some restaurants. He's like, tell them I sent you, and they'll take care of you. And sure enough, you walk in the door. I can't remember the guy's name, but you just mention his name. They're like, oh, here's a great seat. Oh, here, this is on us. And they were just super nice. Like wherever this guy, just mention this dude's name, just like open doors and shit. So I'm there for like 4 or 5 days, and he's gone. Like he's like seems to like sleep during the daytime. I'd hear these like tense phone conversations in Russian kind of through the wall. And then he would just like go out the door. He'd leave.
That
doesn't
sound good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And he would just leave at like 3 o'clock in the morning. He said he was in catering. He'd leave at like 3 in the morning and then come back at like 6 in the morning. Whatever.
Catering hours.
So I see him go out one day, and his girlfriend, he said, was an artist. And of course, being an artist myself, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. There's all these art books on the shelves. There's like one of those big, like the plastic tube, you carry paintings in. I used to use that in art school. There's got an easel and some other shit around there. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, I noticed one day that the art tube has been moved. Oh, that's okay. That's kind of weird. Whatever. It's his place. My girlfriend is in the shower, and I'm thinking, I'm gonna go see what Russian art books look like. So I open one of the books up, and the covers of like a little slip cover on all the books are like art books, but inside it was all these like ballistic books and like military tactics and like camouflage and all these like, I shoot guns, but there's the guys that are doing those, 2,500 yard shots, calculating the rotation of the earth, that kind of stuff. Books are like full of that kind of math, all in Russian. And I'm like, whoa, this is pretty crazy here. I kind of put it back in my mind. I'm like already starting to like put together like in my mind, like, okay, this guy's some hitman or something. But I'm like, if he's a Russian hitman, why would he be renting his spare bedroom out on Airbnb? Like, you'd think that pays enough that he's probably good. So anyway, so I think, okay, that's kind of funny. He must just be into guns, and maybe Russia's not down with that, so they hide him into art books, whatever. I'm not getting his business. So she and I continue to have our trip in New York, doing our thing, and he comes and goes a couple other times.
You got my book?
Yeah. So he leaves. He's got this really nice Mercedes, by the way. He's like kind of parked out on the street out front, like the big black 2-door coupe, and I'm thinking, all right, yeah, this guy's balling it. So he's gone. We're checking out, and like it was like a kind of an atrium staircase. You can kind of look down and see all the stairs, like 5 stories down. And as we're leaving, it's like leave the door, lock the door on your way out, leave the key on the table. She's out in the hallway, and I'm like, hey, look down the stairs and tell me if this dude's coming or not. Because it's like this tiny, tiny little apartment. The painting tube is over in the corner, just leaned up against like the little shelf where he keeps all the painting tube stuff. I take my shirt and like I undo the
roll one up and stick it into.
Well, no, it's like the plastic one, like about that big around, like with a cap on the end. You like roll the painting up. It's like a plastic tube.
Oh, like for shipping. Okay.
Yeah. So like I take my shirt, so it's like not leaving any fingerprints, and I unscrew the cap on the paint tube carrier, and it's the freaking butt of a rifle stock. I'm like, ooh, I like screwed it back down, like didn't touch anything, like out the door, great review, wonderful guy, had a great time, Airbnb, 5 stars, whatever. Never heard another word about it.
You're like sweating, signing the guest book.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm like my neighbor's address in the guest book. And again, super nice guy. Maybe he just likes to do marksmanship. I have no idea.
Probably.
And
you don't know what the butt looked like, do you? Like, was it a rubber butt pad or?
I honestly, the moment I saw it, it was like, like your blood runs cold. The moment I just saw like the wood and whatever the end of it was, I was like, oh, done, out of here. And, being very careful not to have disturbed anything else. And again, it's been like a decade and since that incident and whatever that dude was into, but I'm still maintaining that I rented an Airbnb from a Russian hitman.
That's a good friend to have. Shout out to that guy. Hope everything's going well.
Hey, exactly.
Could have
Whatever.
been a Red Dawn scenario. You never know. Could have been a Red Dawn scenario.
It could have been. But, either way, he was a nice dude, kept up a good Airbnb. I gave him 5 stars,
Good move.
Better.
Snitches get stitches. So, and of course, the cities and details may or may not have been changing that story just because I want to be as far away from that as possible. But
Taylor, can you imagine how awkward that would be if like you're asleep in your Airbnb bed and you just awakened by a light in your face? You move my book.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
My book, I noticed.
But the one full of ballistics math? No.
I always put a page in some way. Put a little piece of paper on the floor.
This is crazy, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I always take piece of girlfriend's hair, lick it, put it on top of my painting too, because I, paranoid about my artwork. And if I see the hair gone because I've done this dozens of times, I know, my goodness, someone has been in my things. You wouldn't have happened to touch anything, would you? Like
that was the building supervisor came in. I think that was him.
You'd be like, damn, do you think maybe my girlfriend's been going through your shit?
If you don't think, I did hear my ex talking about this.
I throw it right under the bus. Me and Igor is going to have to take care of this thing.
No, not me. And I actually, I'm glad you brought this up because I was going to tell you about
She goes through my shit too.
Yeah.
Women, I tell you.
I also put a hair on top of my shaving kit.
I'm Land of the Free Home of the Brave guy, and you're a clear American.
Exactly. And I just thought you wanted my phone password. Yeah, that's the one plot hole in the story, though, is like he had his own bedroom. He had the little room that was supposedly his girlfriend's art studio with the futon where we stayed. The art tube was in like the sort of kitchen / living room / entryway area. Like if I had a sketchy gun, my sketchy guns are hidden where I live. Like if I had a sketchy gun, I would not leave it out in a public space.
Where do you keep your sketchy guns, Taylor?
I don't have any sketchy guns.
Good answer.
Yeah.
All my sketchy guns got stolen.
What is a sketchy gun?
You know what a sketchy gun is?
Oh, just an illegal gun. Yeah.
It's the kind you've done some shit to that'll give you 10 years.
Guns aren't sketchy. People are sketchy.
Exactly. Well, and there can be sketchy guns where like nothing's illegal about the gun, but it's not registered to you. Like, you bought it from your friend's brother for cash, that kind of thing. And so that's kind of sketchy, but not like if they raided your house, they could get you on the folding stock or something.
Yeah. I don't know. Sketchy gun law. I don't have any sketchy guns.
I had to de-sketchify one of my guns. I had a bump stock, and Trump made him illegal.
Son of a bitch. That fat fuck. Ruining our fun with
I saw the latest I heard from him that was anything good. He said he was not going to tax tips anymore. So literally everyone in the service industry was going to get a no more taxes for them.
It's a move to carry Vegas. Vegas is a swing state where tips are a very important part of income.
Huge.
So I mean, we all know where I stand, but I still don't deny clever moves when they're clever moves. And
that's smart. A good one. Yeah. And then Biden said medical debt will no longer appear on credit reports. And also it's like, that's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Keep going, boys. That's how the American public should
now is the season of lies.
Be like, what else you got?
No, I don't think them debating,
I think we should be like, well, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning toward Trump. How about you guys? Yeah. What can you do for us, Biden? Maybe bring us back over to yours. Oh, well, maybe we could just lower everybody's taxes. Maybe yours in particular. Oh, Biden's want to be back. Let's talk numbers.
Specific plan to lower swing voters' taxes.
Yeah,
that's what Trump did with the coal support. It was a swing voter move.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
that's what they do.
I'm not against the coal thing. Like coal.
It's the most expensive form of energy. Well, behind nuclear, I think. Second most.
Is
expensive.
it really?
Yeah,
I believe if you say it's true.
I think so,
I'm just wondering. I guess it is the most clearly it is. It's the most labor intensive by far. Everything else is pressurized underground and is bursting at the seams to get out of the ground. And coal's down there hiding out. And you got to send dudes in a whole fucking hole.
Yeah, but imagine if we could, we just had magic metals that could boil water forever
just by existing. What boils the water, Timmy? Well, it exists. And so the water boils. We don't got to burn coal? Nope. Well, it must burn out quick, huh? Well, that's the thing, Timmy. It lasts years.
I don't know what nuclear is the other one that's very expensive, though.
I think it's mostly expensive because there's so many like regulations around it trying to keep people from going that direction. There's more money.
Incentivize people the way that we have solar and wind, like all that money that's gone into incentivize isn't the word I'm looking for, but it's the practice.
Subsidized.
It's tricky. I'm not against nuclear. I think it's a clean way to get energy, and I like that aspect of it. I don't trust industry to behave responsibly if we don't oversee them. Right. Industry has proven time and time again that if you don't put these guardrails on the way they behave, they'll behave in the worst, cheapest way possible.
You know, I solved the nuclear thing like 8 years ago.
You solved
it?
Did?
Yeah, I solved it. Yeah. So the problem, you're welcome. They won't listen to me. I've been writing letters. So hear me out. The problem every time we've had a nuclear disaster is, but for one reason or another, the rods got too hot. They ran out of water. They couldn't keep the thing cooled down, so it melted down, and then there was a fire, and then that created a steam explosion, and the roof blows off, and then you got some elephant's foot poisoning half of Europe. But why don't we build the whole thing under the ocean? Why is it the whole thing under the ocean, where even if you have a radiological disaster, it's just absorbed by the ocean?
It's probably going to fuck up a lot of fish, which is better than people.
No, they're fine. Like seawater is like really good at absorbing radiation. Like they're fine.
Oh, well, that's all. Then that's sold.
It doesn't seem like a way to lower the cost.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be way more expensive. They're so much more expensive that it just barely makes money.
The ocean tears up everything, but
because that's how you get expensive energy.
Yeah. But I see what you're talking about, though. I mean,
we get an aqua lab down there, though, boys. We get sea people down there. That's what I've always wanted. I would be a sea miner if I got to be like the abyss. I want to be down there under the ocean, on the ocean floor, because that's as close to another planet. That's as close to another planet as any of us are ever going to get, is the bottom of the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
I would get in that new Sea Explorer thing that's not powered by an Xbox controller if I could get a seat in that thing. I bet the seats are cheap because of what happened to the last people that went on that ride.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they should be cheap. Like taking bootleg rides to the Titanic
they should pay
location.
You, huh?
Like they should absolutely pay that.
Yeah, I have. As you can tell behind me, I like to collect stuff. These are just just a few of my cannonball mementos. But I have a whole collection of little historical things, and I have a piece of the Titanic. It's a piece of the rear smokestack. I designed a logo for one of the submersible companies about 20 years ago, and they had a whole panel of it, and they gave me a little piece of it. And
that's awesome.
It's kind of crazy, like those little bits. It's like I'll get it out of the box and look at it. Like, you know, a lot of people have died in a lot of sunken ship accidents, but obviously the Titanic's got so much story behind it. But it's kind of crazy, like sometimes like to hold that little piece and kind of feel that connection and be like, wow, you know, this part of this boat went down on that boat with all of those thousands of people. It's crazy. But yeah, as far as taking the sub down to see it, like they weren't even going to be like, you couldn't really even see out the window, if I understood correctly. Like it wasn't like you were going to actually see it anyway.
I think so.
It wasn't.
Like James Cameron went down there for Zach. Can you find a
James
picture
Cameron
of James
had a real
Cameron?
Submarine?
He did. But I'm talking about the one that imploded.
Yeah,
the
one
that
imploded. Shit. Yeah, I might be.
They had like one little, like they would have had to take turns looking through the tiny little porthole, and it would have all been fisheye lens, weird. Yeah.
I mean, I guess
that thing hadn't exploded and turned them all inside out.
You think they did that at the last second? They're like as it turns off, they're like, and we don't even get a view. What if it died facing away from the Titanic?
They didn't get They didn't get anywhere near the Titanic when that thing exploded.
I thought they got kind of close.
They're like halfway there,
like,
dude. That's the one that blew
But like the rapid depressurization of that thing, like those people got like incinerated. Like it, like that when that thing imploded, it increased the air pressure so much that like the temperature raised to the point where they basically got like almost like cremated. Vaporized even. Like it was
on the other side. I think that thing's cool as shit. You're talking a lot of shit for someone who has no submarine at all.
What's your submarine look like, Kyle? I don't have one.
I don't have a submarine.
How close did your submarine get?
Dude, 4 hours at Home Depot and I could cobble something like that together though.
It looks like you took a propane tank and stuck a porthole on one end and a door on the other and put the whole thing on some stilts with little paddles on them.
Genius idea.
Bad.
Get yourself a Mad Catz
made out of
controller
carbon fiber, which can be phenomenally strong, but like
in a hockey stick.
And I'm kind of talking out of my ass here. Like as a welder and fabricator, I mean, I know a little bit about metal, but there's like actual like metallurgists. Like a friend of mine's wife's a metallurgist, and it's like science and chemistry and physics and all these charts, things like that. Like if you make one of these spheres out of titanium, aluminum, steel, whatever, like that material on a molecular level has a very finite strength and pressure yield and angles and all this. You can do the math and determine pretty much exact on how strong it is. But something like carbon fiber, which is a composite, is inherently going to have strong areas, weak areas. There's going to be these variations as all those little fibers are intertwined. That inevitably is going to create a weak spot. I mean, that's kind of how those spheres work. Is they're round, they take pressure from all sides, and that metal can be calculated to absorb that strength. So whereas
I'm with you.
You can't really.
Strength is one problem. The other is fatigue. Carbon fiber doesn't deal with fatigue. It's very strong the first time you test it, but metal can flex to a certain point and bounce back. Carbon fiber, every flex takes away from its strength, so it's hard to know its current strength.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the special effects company I worked for when I got out of college, they had a carbon fiber conference room table built. And the company that was built, it was cool as shit. It was like a size of a sailboat. You could pick it up. And the company that was building it sent us all these little like samples of like, this is like in mid 90s, sent us all these samples of carbon fiber, little tubes and squares and all this shit so we could play with it. Because they paid like $100,000 for this table or something. And of course, you give it to a bunch of 25-year-old nerds and go, hey, this is indestructible. What's the first thing we're going to do? We're going to go try to tear it up. So we're slamming it in doors.
And do that with dog toys.
Oh, yeah, doing heinous stuff to this stuff. And, like, it was pretty much indestructible. And then one day, somebody just, like, casually tossed it down, and it just hit the sweet spot in this piece. It was like a little brick, about the size of, like, a CD in a case, just exploded. Like, just shattered into needles. Like, we just finally hit that sweet spot. And, yeah, that's apparently what happened with this bathysphere. And that was just terrible,
that's
man.
why we shouldn't make submarines out of it. Your piece of the Titanic, I'm sure, is like legit and everything, but you mentioning like the historical artifacts made me think of, and this seems like the kind of thing Kyle would know offhand. There was a European country that we, I guess, lied to in like the early 70s,
all of them.
where we were like, hey, Denmark, we would love for you to have a moon rock. This is from the moon. Trust us. A real life moon rock. We definitely didn't keep all of them for ourselves. Here's one for you. And then like decades later, someone thought it was like, we never really tested this. And they tested it. And it was literally petrified wood.
Yeah.
So we had the Danes believing, maybe it's the Danes or someone else, but we had them like putting that in a display case. Yeah, Netherlands being like, this is sweet. This is a moon rock. And then this,
what I think happened?
Petrified wood.
Here's my theory on what happened, Taylor. Someone stole the real moon rock and replaced it with petrified wood from the Netherlands, because America doesn't lie. Okay, these colors don't run. We're honest people. Okay, and if we tell you we're going to give you a moon rock, you can bet that's what you get.
They're clearly not. This looks like, you know what? And I know so little of moon rocks that you could give this to me, and I'd be like, I would believe.
I've got to handle a moon rock before. I collect a lot of rocks and fossils and things. The moon supposedly smells like gunpowder. Like Neil Armstrong and all those guys came back, said like when they were changing out of their like extravehicular, their moon suits back into their space suits, that it smelled like gunpowder up there. But it was.
You could still smell stuff.
I mean, they could smell the dust on their suit as they're taking their suit off.
I've had a question about
smelling when they're out of the litter.
You know, if you smell the same thing for some period of time, you go nose blind, right?
Yes.
The perfume you smell. Yeah, okay.
People don't know how their house smells.
People would be.
That's great examples. How do we know that oxygen doesn't smell?
I guess.
That smells.
You would have to be away from
smell.
oxygen long enough for your nose blindness to go away.
I like this.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure it does smell.
Yeah, I mean, the air we're breathing now is 18% oxygen, 79% nitrogen, and 3% trace element, helium, argon, et cetera. I believe that's right.
Sounds rightish.
I believe you.
Some CO2 in there.
Yeah, that's a good point. And oxygen being so reactive, it would make sense that it would have some
oxygen is odorless at room temperature. It's also colorless and tasteless. However, oxygen concentrators and oxygen mass can sometimes develop odors.
That's written by a guy that has to breathe oxygen all the time.
Right. Segue to our conversation about the Nazis to this. On the Hindenburg, hydrogen is also unscented. So on the Hindenburg, they scented the hydrogen with garlic so that they could smell a gas leak. But hence, there was no garlic allowed in any of the recipes for the food they served on the Hindenburg.
That's absurd. Like, why can't you pick? Why can't garlic?
Hey, what we doing here?
Garlic is garlic is such an important ingredient in so many things. They couldn't make it smell like rat shit or something.
I know, you got me.
You turn the oven on.
Rotten eggs.
That's unreal. That's ridiculous. That deserved to go down.
It was Germans in the 1930s, so maybe either they thought garlic was nasty and didn't put it in their food, or maybe there was some scientific reason where that was the only thing that would bond.
The only thing they hated more than Jews was flavor. Hated it.
You've heard of Zyklon B, of course, Taylor. That's the name of your rock band, I know.
Yes. That's the name of my garage band. Wow, you blew my cover.
Zyklon A had an added odor so that you would know it's rat poison. So you would know that, there's gas in here. Zyklon B is Zyklon A without the odor. And natural gas, when you turn your oven on and you're like, ooh, I smell gas. We add that smell. That's
propane too. I learned that about propane from King of the Hill. That it's odorless, but they have to put the smelly stuff in there so you know if you're about to explode.
Yeah. Which is still kind of garlicky smelling. I went to Auschwitz one time, and man, that is a moving place. I do photography. I've been all over the world taking literally hundreds of thousands of photos. And I think I took 4 at Auschwitz, and I tried really hard to make them respectful. I didn't want them to be hey, look at this cool moody photo I shot. It seemed very,
giving a thumbs up next to the bunk beds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the selfie. But I was trying to get, I got one of the train tracks kind of going out, and I was trying to capture that sort of Anne Frank's last view kind of thing. But it was a really moving place. And they had these, in the showers, they just had these little trap doors in the ceiling. They would drop the Zyklon B down below. And it was just so clinical. That was.
Did they play music?
I'm sure some did.
I don't know.
At the place, and when he was there music?
Oh,
because I went to Charlottesville, which is it was something 40% of America's slaves came through this town, and there were all these slave museums that we went to, and they were somber, and there was almost a heckin' Auschwitz vibe at this slave museum, and there was music kind of to make sure that nobody was happy while they looked at everything. They just downed the mood.
No, there was no music at Auschwitz. It was just kind of a walkthrough. They kind of put you in groups based on language. And
I'm not sure why Kyle's laughing.
We were discussing what music would be played at Auschwitz.
Yeah, it'd be like Rammstein or something like that. Probably.
Taylor had a good one.
I said "Ring of Fire" by Johnny Cash.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
Yeah, it'd be "I'm on Fire" by that would be terrible.
That's a place you gotta walk around and be
No.
Yeah, the whole time, even if you're when you're taking pictures, so they're this guy's not a Nazi. He clearly doesn't like it. He's walking around shaking his head.
Yeah,
he disapproves of Nazis. Bold.
Yeah. Ooh, I dislike. It's a brave stance. Yeah, you can't just go.
That in Eastern Ukraine.
Yeah, one of the freakiest things there was for years when they had, they were killing people, but still telling the rest of the world that they were just doing it as an internment camp. So they did fake mugshots for thousands and thousands of people. And they had them on the hall, just these 8x10s printed up on this one hallway, just thousands of people. And you walking along, looking at their faces, and a lot of these people were just simple farmers and people. And a lot of them, you could see that kind of defiant, okay, you've captured me and made me come to this camp. But other people, there were people who were smiling, they were kind of excited, they probably never had their picture made before. And these people had no idea what was about to happen to them. And I guess it's the organization of it all. I mean, there were piles of storerooms full of slightly brown hair, honey brown hair, this gold tooth, this cuspids and molars. Like the Nazis were so organized with how they, like, that was like, you know, from a, I don't know, like if you, like Pompeii or some other disaster type place where a lot of people died. I mean, it's obviously very tragic, but like knowing so many people died right at that spot too, that part wasn't as striking as how clinical the Nazis were about it. Like you could kind of get your head around, okay, this many millions of people died, but just the record keeping and just how like, okay, I'm sorting, what are you doing today? You know, Dieter, oh, I'm sorting gold teeth. You know, tomorrow I'm going to go through all the baby shoes and match them up. And like, they were just so organized with it.
That's how they are with everything. Terrifying. That's the German people. Like everything they do is meticulous and mannerly. They're just they're
an engineering minded people.
Yeah, they are. And I'll have to give the Germans credit, like whether it's the Holocaust Museum in Berlin or of course this was in Poland where the prison camps were, but like they still own it. You know, like they admit it happened. They don't do any of this stuff like we're going to pretend like it didn't happen or leaving out of schools. Yeah. They're very distinct. Like, yo, that was other people 75 years ago, 80 years ago. That was not us.
Dude, they'll throw
they're the number 2 supporter of Israel militarily speaking. Like right behind us is Germany's coming in and giving them plenty of missiles and money down there in Israel.
Trying to make up for it.
Do they make up for it? Yeah.
Do they sell stuff at like Auschwitz? Like, is there like a gift shop?
Gift shop.
All I got was this stupid T-shirt.
You know what? I actually looked because, like, yeah, like some kind
I had a gas.
Yeah, exactly. You get like the little bitty train car on a Christmas morning thing. Now there was like a bookstore there, so it was like modern books and older books, written about the experience or a lot of Jewish heritage stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, like you might get like a bookmark or something, but yeah, there was zero that said like I went to Auschwitz. My friend went to Auschwitz, and all I got was this lousy tank top or something. Like there was none of that. There was no swag. Yeah. There was no like.
That's good. That's good. I don't
think there was even like a little restaurant off site, but yeah, there was no like. Mm-hmm. It was like going to like a tomb or something. It was very, very solemn, very serious.
Respectful. Like that would undercut it if they were selling fucking mugs.
Yeah,
but a place like a much less big deal, somewhere like the Alamo, like you gotta sell fucking mugs and T-shirts at a place like the Alamo.
Yeah, that a little more.
No,
it's disappointing. I've heard, right?
It's so disappointing. There's like one little brick wall, if you can call it, and it's like this was the part of the mission, and this was part of the main building, and it's like. Man, it really doesn't look like shit now, though, does it? No, but walk around and we'll tell you more of the story.
Can I ask you? I know the story. When you say one wall, are you exaggerating a little bit?
Way exaggerating. Like the way I remember it, and again, it's been about 10 years, but there was just this falling down old brick wall that was just barely standing, and it wasn't a big wall. It was just like, there it is.
4 walls.
No. Like there's a complex. There's like a whole business built around this thing that you go into, and deep within it, I don't know what that is. I don't remember seeing that part. I remember seeing some falling down shit.
That's not the Alamo.
You remember in a Pee-wee's Big Adventure where like the medium tells him his bicycle's in the basement and they all laugh at it.
Yes, I remember.
I may have gone to the wrong part. I may be like King of the Hill and I never slid the door open and went through the whole room.
The Alamo.
That looks amazing.
No, the Alamo sucks. It looks like a regular Hilton.
The Alamo is the reason that Tennessee is called the volunteer state.
Yeah,
because Daniel Boone, Davy Crockett, and Jim Bowie, 3 statesmen, all went to the Alamo, volunteered to go to the Alamo, and they all died there. And that's why, like the 3 stars and the Tennessee flags, kind of get that little Pixar ball flag with the 3 stars. Mm-hmm. Those stars are for the 3 of them, and that's why it's called the volunteer state. And other trivia with that is Jim Bowie, as he was walking to the Alamo, his wife was tired of him knife fighting with this badass knife he had. His knife blade was made out of a meteorite by this guy in Texas that had seen it fall, and they forged it. Of course, back then they didn't really have a lot of like high nickel steel. Mm-hmm. So Jim Bowie had his famous Bowie knife made out of a meteorite, sharpest knife around. His wife said, "Please stop fighting with that knife. It's cursed." and legends has it, he threw it into the Mississippi River. It's never been found on his way to the Alamo to die and become one of the stars on the Tennessee flag.
Wow. Nagged out of his meteorite knife? That's bullshit.
Nagged out of his meteorite knife. And maybe if he had it, he might have survived the Alamo.
Yeah. Maybe it wasn't cursed. Maybe it was blessed. How could you be cursed with a knife that you'd won so many knife fights with that your wife is begging you to stop engaging in them?
Cursed with that nagging wife. That's what he's cursed with.
Yeah, he was cursed with a nagging wife.
A squaw who doesn't speak
She was
English.
half right.
Yeah. Was she an Indian?
No, but I'd have gotten one. That'd been my move back in the day. You get one of them, you decide the marriage isn't going so well, just go. I guess you do that with a white lady too back then. But, man, those were the fucking days.
Dude, you could move 300
if you could get over
yards
the BO,
away. Yeah.
If you could get over the BO, the frontiers times would have been interesting.
Oh, BO would have been no big deal. Like we just talked about nose blindness. Everybody's so stinky that like you're going to get over it.
I don't know about that. You could get over your own, but everybody's got their own flavor. So you'd meet some new dirty motherfucker and he'd have his own stink because he eats bear ass or whatever all winter.
Yeah.
Then you meet some dirty Indians that are eating like buffalo chips or whatever those savages ate, and they'd have their own stink.
Yeah.
Supposedly that is why the French, who are famous for not bathing pits and things like that, that the French are famous as lovers because they are used to those pheromones from each other. They don't wash and hide all their pheromones away. That people have that olfactory connection with each other, and that makes them more passionate.
Interesting. Are they known to be stinky, or have they kind of caught up?
That's probably more of a historical thing. The modern times, they're probably not traditionally smelly. I've been to France several times. I don't recall anybody being stinky, but yeah.
And how much of that also is like our history is mostly coming from the English on that? And they hated them forever. And so they're like, oh, these, they're the stinkiest people around. And it's like, I guess that's true. I guess they're stinky. I bet the French probably say the English are stinky. Or no, they'd probably go with like bad teeth.
I Googled, for some reason, I thought the French did anal sex the most. I'm like, let's see if this is true. And I'm like, what country has the most anal sex? Yeah. According to Google, the Vatican. So
Vatican? You found my Wikipedia edit?
That's funny.
Yeah, but that's only per capita. All it takes is two guys getting freaky, and then it's
you think
5% of the fucking Vatican.
My sweet summer child.
Yeah, that's I don't know how many people live in Vatican City. I know we've looked it up before, and it's less than you'd think.
Yeah, it's a few hundred.
There's a subset of Japanese people who don't get body odor. They just genetically don't. It also is tied to, I think, dry earwax. It's those people. But they would recruit those for the submarine crews.
That's a good idea. I think all Asians, for the most part, get less BO than like
East
European,
Asians.
like hairy European people.
East Asians, yeah.
What about West? Oh, yeah.
Where do you think it went?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. India collected it.
All the stink from East Asia migrated over to West. Do they get the extra stink?
Don't deny the science.
It's the way of life.
Woody's worked with them. He knows. It's a thing. Like I think
an issue. I was like,
they
is it
don't
polite to buy someone deodorant, or like double polite to help them out?
Yeah. I remember selling this guy a car on a 95-degree day in Atlanta, and we're just in this motherfucker, and I'm like, sir, as you can see, it doesn't have any air conditioning, like none. You sure you want a cargo van for your son's first vehicle? Oh, yeah, it's just price. This price is. Oh, yes. He's such a cheap bastard. He's going to put his 16-year-old son was getting like a conversion cargo van.
Well, like the kind of shit that like drives you to the beginning of the float trip.
Yes. It was awful. And he stunk. I just remember, like, I've never smelled anything like this before. It sounds like he's cooking in the van with me right now. Some sort of weird Indian dish with peppers and evil in it.
Yeah,
well,
they have many spices.
I bet we smelled them.
That, and this is not anything cultural. This is just this particular dish of food. So I'm on a flight coming out of Mumbai, going to London, I think, and I'm in the nosebleed seats in the back with the cheap seats. There's a couple of cats in front that have a Tupperware of some sort of dish, and they're both it's like some kind of rice thing. And they're both eating it. Whatever it was, when they cracked it open, it was so powerful. Like the people in first class all like stood up and were refusing to take their seats and allow the plane to take off, unless these guys ditched whatever it was in this Tupperware that they were sharing. And of course, they immediately are like, doubling down. They're like, no, fuck off. I'm not getting rid of whatever this is. Like it had reached back to the back of the plane. Like this was big, like wide body transcontinental planes. There's like 400 people, which is like eye watering. Like we can't get it out of our closet. I don't know what they were eating.
That's
Can you imagine doing that?
Like,
going on a flight, like
cabin.
cracking open some deviled eggs that you made the night before.
Oh my god!
You made 2 weeks earlier.
That I made in 1987.
Little rat.
Oh my god! The
there was like there had to be
and be like, I'm gonna throw both of you off the like you or the Tupperware is going off this plane. Yeah. It was some hardcore stuff.
Like you just know there was like another Indian guy on the plane who, as soon as they opened that, was like, "Oh my god, this is so embarrassing." He was like, "Why do you have to eat this? This is for eating, riding on top of trains, occasionally grabbing electrical wires, not on a plane."
Maybe it was like the spicy Tupperware rice that his grandmother used to make, though. It could have been like nostalgia. Different flights. I'm flying to Vietnam one time, and there's like whatever, like and Asian airlines are fantastic. Quality is so much better than American stuff. Better seats, better food, nicer planes, prettier attendants, everything's better. So whatever is on like the nighttime meal, it's like a 14-hour flight. Nighttime meal is something with, and the English translation was fish floss. I'm like, okay, this is awesome. I can't wait. So we get some rice thing and some other little dish, and you get like, it's like a little Ziploc of like, looks like cotton candy, but it's fish flavored. So I'm about to like go like pour it on there, and there's a Vietnamese lady next to me on the plane, and she's like taps me on the arm. She's like, no, like don't eat that fish floss stuff. I'm like, it's all like complete language barrier. I'm like, okay, no problem. She goes in her purse and pulls out like a gallon Ziploc of like, I guess it's like her homemade fish floss. And she like lets me like double dip out of that. And like, I put her fish floss on the rice dish, and it was amazing. It was spicy and savory and just made the whole, unlike Ratatouille, Remy the rat at Ratatouille, like it just made the whole dish light up. It was incredible. But she was like, knew that the airline fish floss was shit. And she's like, no, I brought my own. Me and
don't worry, I got you.
Sat there and we just shared homemade fish floss on this 14-hour flight to Vietnam, and it was awesome.
I've never even heard of fish floss.
Yeah, it's like, I think they must rake fish out into like these tiny little slivers and then dry it, and it's literally like fishy cotton candy, but you put it on like a dish as a garnish, and it just kind of adds flavor to it. I mean, I wouldn't really sit around and eat a bag of it, but it was good. But yeah, so she kind of reversed the karma with the rank, whatever these guys were eating in India that was so spicy that like it was like tear gas.
Yeah, I would be upset too.
Those dudes can eat some spicy stuff. My friend John Ficarra has this hilarious story about, they had this Indian restaurant in their town, and they would go there on special occasions. It was a nice place, and they had he was a director and like a theater director. And they wrapped up a play, and they go to this Indian place, and they'd all had a little bit to drink, and he's feeling pretty brave. And he was like, you know what? I like spicy hot. He's like, I want it Indian hot. Like, I want the kind of food you guys have in the back. And they were like, oh, I don't think so, my friend. I don't think you want it. He's like, no, I'm going to man up. Like, if you can eat it, I can eat it. Give it to me like you're eating it in the back. And they're like, okay, but we're not going to be responsible. So they go in the back, and he said, like, you could smell it before you could see it. Like, they come around the corner, they bring him this plate of something, and it's got like their hardcore spices on it. And, he said like his eyes were watering, his nose was running before he even put it in his mouth. At this point, it's all built up. Like the whole kitchen staff's like come out to like watch him eat this stuff. And he said he just digs in and he takes a bite. And he said it was just like his ears were ringing. It was so spicy. Like immediately his sinuses just dumped. His lips swell up. His eyes swell shut. His like fingers where he touched it were swelling up. Like nose is running. He's just drooling because he can't fill his mouth. And of course, everybody's like thinking he's about to die. And he's just in agony, but he's not going to let him get the best of him. So he just digs in a second forkful and just hand trembling and just holding face, just eats another one. And of course, everybody cheers, and the guy kind of pats him on the back and is like, your meal is free tonight, my friend. And just watch him do it. He said it was the spiciest thing he's ever, like you think you've had spicy food, and then there's a whole other level.
I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen people who can do this. I swam with a guy, and we were training in Trinidad in South America. And you guys have all probably had super duper spicy stuff. The nature of it, you put one drop of it on your tongue, and you're suffering for the next 5 minutes or so. The water makes it worse. You're doing that.
Oh yeah.
Trying to, yeah. So like one drop of it knocked me for a loop, and it was like, this isn't even food. This is like a danger or something. Like how can anyone enjoy this unless you just dilute it in some, gallons of something else?
Put a bunch of vinegar on it.
And then I had an Indian guy on the team, and he was dipping his fries in it like it was ketchup, just coated one after another. And I'm like, oh, are you okay? He's like, I can tell that it's spicy. I'm not like unaware, but it was no big deal to him.
Yeah, they are hardcore on a different level of spicy. I have heard a theory that, well, like really hot stuff like that, you get like an endorphin rush from eating it, like from kind of the pain, I guess, and some people get into that. But like if you look at cuisine around the world, Southeast Asia, India, Caribbean, Central America, like hot climates, the cuisine of hot climates evolved to have hot foods because it's a vasodilator and it makes you sweat, which cools you off. Whereas like if you get further north, Norway, Sweden, Germany, places like that, the food's very bland, but that hot food was popular because it makes you sweat and cools you off. I don't know if that's true or not, but if you look at the spiciest cuisines, they do tend to be equatorial. So maybe it's true.
This guy that I'm talking about, you know how like your name is this, that, and then you just choose your kid's first name and the last name stays the same. Well, in his culture, your first name became your last name, and then you got a new first name, right? So if your name is Patabi Srinivasan, then the next generation is like, whatever, Atul Patabi, and it just flips like that. Well, they had been in America long enough that his name was Tom Matthew.
Tom Matthew. They keep that rolling, that tradition, but it's just regular ass American names. That's great. Yeah. Fully assimilated.
I have, there's like Instagram, it's always some like cute girl that wants to be your friend on Instagram, which is obviously some fake bot. Last month or so, I've been getting all these ones. It's like the girl's name is like two first name. It's like Jennifer Stephanie or, Heather Erica. Like it's like whatever this AI thing is, it doesn't know the difference between a first name and a surname. So it's like pitching these like fake girls that just have two. So I just go through just delete anybody. So you may be a legit person with two first names. So I'm just going to delete you anyway because can't.
Yeah, can't trust you.
We lost Chris
for a second. We'll see.
Let's see if he comes back. Speaking of the online stuff, he said Instagram. That just made me think. Twitter just removed their like public like function.
Yeah.
So, like,
I love it.
People can't. X, of course. X. It'll always be Twitter to me. It's a sillier, more fanciful, funner name than X. X is too intense. But they got rid of the public like system, which doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
It is. But
like I saw someone be like, this is like corporations or like, government entities, people that want to like astroturf, different movements online, like they'll love this. I'm like, all right, I can kind of see that point. But like apparently Elon says likes are way up, and a lot of people are hypothesizing that it's almost entirely like porn and other content that before people weren't liking, because if like Ted Cruz likes a video of like some girl giving a blowjob, you could go to his account and click likes, and it's like there's a lot of politics stuff here and then some blowjob stuff here. But now
I would not theorize that. So first of all, I would say to anybody who actually uses Twitter, don't start liking porn and anything you want, because next month he might revert these changes, and because Elon's running the company now and he fired some of those slightly unnecessary people, it might just flash show all of the porn you liked and you lose your ministerial job or whatever. so don't do that. But like I think it's people expressing their true likes, because oftentimes you would like to virtue signal. I'm sure a lot of people would, like, yeah, I'm supporting you with this like. And then, but there'd also be people who are like, I do like that, but I don't want to lose my job.
Yeah.
I don't want my family to live in the streets. So I'm going to pretend like I don't like that thing you just said. Yeah. And I bet there's people more freely expressing their actual likes, out there, for what it's worth.
And I think you're right. It's probably a mix of both. Where porn, people,
you can both be right. You can do more porn clicks and express your actual likes.
Sure. Yeah. That's the freedom Twitter gives you.
That's freedom Twitter gives you. And the only trade-off is that now every tweet just has porn girls in the comments. So I'm like, it will be the most like some blues account will be like Alexander Steen, former player, set to take the reins as GM in 2026, and then like 4 comments of like, this is great. I don't like this. This is great. Pussy in bio. And it's like, well, this is, you're kind of derailing the, there's the whole internet. You can go put your porn. Why does it have to be here?
I'm shocked that that's effective. I'm shocked that that's effective. That anyone is like, oh, really? Your pussy's in the bio. And you must like the blues too. So like, you're like the full fucking package. Let me click
perfect for me.
Yeah. Like I love blues DMs. Oh my God, our DMs are open, bro. Can you believe it? It's fake.
It's fairly automated a lot of the time. Like most of the time, it's just a bot that's automated. Because I'll get them occasionally, like on my tweets, where it's just a response of like a woman like sitting spread eagle and being like, "Want to fuck?" And it's like, now I can be like. I
don't know if you watch pornography. So I like the ads that you get with porno. They're often way higher quality than the video I'm about to watch. So I'm like, God damn, that's what 4K pussy looks like. But my favorite pre-roll is like it's like a robotic voice, but I think they want it to be robotic to suggest that it's legit, to legitimize the service somehow. Like, but it's like, what the fuck, grannies in your area now? Do you have a problem with fucking multiple grannies all day at their beck and call? Or my favorite, and it's like, I hope this didn't serve this to me on purpose. It's like, are you ugly? Want to fuck ugly girls in your area?
Dude,
are you?
I'm glad you said that because it happens to. It's like older ladies looking to have sex, and I'm like, dude, I'm catching strays here. I'm just
what it is, and it's like it's pretty smart if you think about the psychology behind it. But they're like, oh, so you're jerking it to videos of naked ladies. I bet you'd fuck an old lady. I bet you think old ladies are the last resort, but you just don't even know how to get there, Mm-hmm. Well, want to go to our site where it's nothing but kinky grannies in your area? Do you want to eat some old sniz? And there's pictures of old dirty grannies, and their fucking negligees, fucking spreading it and stuff.
A completely more believable version of like beautiful girls in your neighborhood just want dick, and you're like. I know enough about this world that's not true.
No, they don't.
So here's a funny granny porn story for you. So this is like mid-90s. I'm out of college. I'm working at this special effects company in Atlanta, and I have like the cheapest apartment in Atlanta. And like you go to take your trash off in this apartment complex, you just kind of went up some steps and threw it into this big trash compactor thing. And if people had something, a toaster or something, maybe that wasn't like they didn't need it anymore, but it wasn't trash. There was this little shelf and people would just put shit on there. It was just free shit for somebody else. Okay.
That's good.
So I go there with my trash one day and there's a box there and I don't know if somebody got busted or what, but it was like their porn box and it's just in there with the free stuff. And of course I'm going to look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, and again, this is like 1996. So this is like pre.
These are $20 a pop in 96. You got to go.
This is back in the day. So this is back still. We're doing with like VHS tapes and magazines at this point. It's mainly foot fetish magazines, which you'd have thought it'd be like, foot on a boob, foot step. No, it was just feet, like feet stepping in noodles, feet with ketchup on them, feet with glitter, just feet. But there was a VHS in there, a couple of them. And it was like women that were probably 40s or 50s, perfectly attractive women, but they were like, wigs and house dresses and like walkers and made them, hairnets to make them look like they're like 90, which is not my thing. But I'm thinking like, this will be hilarious to put in my buddy's VCR when I go hang out with him this weekend. So there's like 3 of them in there. A couple of them are just amateur, but there's one that's just like, really, really bad. I mean, it's just they're again walkers in the house shoes and just these 50-year-old women pretend to be like 120. So I go to my buddy's place and he goes to the bathroom or outside to check the girl, whatever, pop it into VCR, walk away. Just he'll find it at some point. He'll hit play and it'll be whatever, Smoking the Bandit or Lion King or something. And it's gonna be old lady porn. So hence starts this game of like me and this group of friends, like anytime somebody went to somebody else's house, they would pop the old lady VCR tape in the machine. And it made the rounds a couple of times. And naturally, like my girlfriend at the time, who later became wife at the time, is up from Augusta visiting me. And like I'm at work, she's at my place all day. She decides just to turn on the TV.
Damn.
I get home from work thinking we're gonna go out to dinner or something. She's like sitting on the couch, like arms crossed, all mad, and like, what's to the face? And she's like, I didn't know you liked old women. And I was like, wait, what? And this has been months. Yeah, I'm like, what? She's like, don't look at me with that. You don't know what I'm talking about face. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, I turned on your VCR. There's a video of these old women pretending to be older women. What is wrong with you? And I was like, oh crap. So now I'm trying to convince my girlfriend that it's all this 18-month long plot of me and a bunch of friends.
Dude, that's great.
Like sneaking this old lady porno tape in on each other. I don't think she ever believed me because like we've been married for like years, and there'd be some old lady on the street somewhere. And she's like, yeah, she's your type. You want me to get her number?
She sounds cool.
Oh my God. I've never lived that down.
I mean, the explanation does sound like a lie. Yes. No, we were putting porn in each other's VCRs.
It's my friend's
for years.
porn.
It's my friend's porn. Who was also not into old ladies, but yeah, she never bought it. To that day, I think every time we went to Morrison's, she probably thought I was gonna run off with somebody. But yeah, old lady porn tape. It's probably around somewhere. I probably had to get it dipped in gold and hang it on a wall and give it to somebody as an award or something. But
yeah,
old lady porn.
Well, when you're fucking as an old person, particularly an old man, sometimes your dick doesn't get hard. And sometimes, even as a young man, you want your dick to be at 1,000,000% instead of just 100%. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, bluechew.com, BLUECHEW. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, bluechew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at bluechew.com. Chew it and do it. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free. It's a great price, free. When you use our promo code PKA at checkout, just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, BLUECHEW.com. Promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Just pay that $5 in shipping. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is bluechew.com. Pay the $5 in shipping. Try it out for free. It's going to work for you. You are going to enjoy it. Your dick's going to be raging. It's going to be the best you've ever seen it. It's going to be your dick is going to have a Game 7 look to it, a time to shine. It's going to be angry looking. And is the word I first used.
Make that picture day. You know,
yes.
like make that picture day.
That's good. Yeah, if you're gonna send a dick pic, you don't want that kind of dick pic where like you're hard and you're taking a picture of your penis, but then you're so focused on composition.
No, if you're gonna do that, where you're like in the base and there's like a balloon and they can't tell how long it is because you can't get hard. Get out of here. No.
So you're saying you have to like sneak up on it.
Yeah, you got to sneak up on it. You go whop.
Kind of paparazzi dick pic kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, I get it. All
but
right.
You don't have to do that if you got Blue Chew. You send that dick pic over, you got a nice hard rod, and then she's going to see it and go, my goodness, that's the angriest penis I've ever seen. That guy wants to fuck righteous now.
Yeah.
I'm getting him that hard. That makes me feel good. And then before you know it, she's going to be over there at your apartment or house or condo, trailer, wherever you live, and then sucking your dick. And now you're using your extra hard dick.
Do you want your balls in the dick pic, ideally, Taylor?
I guess it depends on the angle. If you're taking from the underside picture, then the balls kind of have to be in it. You can't crop them out from the underside. That would look absurd.
But you want to present them. You want to really showcase them. You want to make sure the lighting's hitting them just right. Maybe get a little bounce.
I like to send a whole PowerPoint with star wipes.
I'd set up some gel lights,
things like that.
I try to get sort of a, cant the camera a little
from
bit
all the different angles. I wear different outfits in different ones. I take it from at different times of the day. So they go, this guy's hard all the time. He's always ready to rock.
There you go. That'd be great if you had it up like a sundial, and you could show. You could do like a time lapse thing. You could let them know like 3 hours is nothing to me.
I hope you like that video because I had to go to the hospital afterward. It took it took 7 hours. Priapism now. Yeah, had to get it drained.
So yeah, buy Blue Chew.
Buy Blue Chew.
You won't be disappointed. I take it every day. It's great. It's good for your blood pressure too, which is why I take it. And my vascularity. You want to be vascular. It's very important to us all, I'm sure. You want to pop.
In this episode, when you're fucking with your extra hard penis, you don't want the end of the show for your lady friend to be a little of cum, a little almost air coming out. No, you want lock and load. You want a huge amount of cum getting all over your partner because that shows her or him. We don't discriminate.
Nope.
That you love them, that you care
or
about
them.
Or them. It shows that you're a virile man with a virile load, a fertile load.
Let's be honest, Taylor.
Whatever you're doing, as long as it's legal, keep it above board, folks. Nothing trashy. Don't use our product.
International waters,
get anything trashy.
Please get after it. International waters. Let's go.
Lock and load is going to make you bust like a man. No more will you have little tiddlywink loads. You're going to have big giant loads. Yep. So check it out. Take as directed.
Expression.
Code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off lock and load over at GorillaMind.com. But it doesn't stop there. Use those same coupons to get 10% off of Derek's protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, anything and everything that you need efficaciously dosed by Derek and his team of scientists. You can get over there for 10% off with code PKA or code Jizz. But start with lock and load. Get fucking lock and load. It supports the show, and it's also it genuinely works. We've gone through this many times. Look at the reviews.
9 suppositories
Look at the reviews. Tons of. Don't shove them up your ass. Take them orally. Have you been doing it wrong this whole time?
I mean, I haven't been doing it right. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, and you've been using them. You like put them all like this with a rubber band around it and go girth-wise.
Yeah, and it's like in the remember those early porno, the 4chan with all the Sharpies and the pooper.
Yes.
Yeah. That was a thing, and then you could get a huge amount of Sharpies. And I start wondering, where did they get all those pens? Where did they had to go to the store and buy all those pens? They'll be like
yeah, they had to go buy them, and then they also like
butthole Sharpies. Great subreddit. Thank you, Zach.
Guarantee that they weren't like throwing them out after one use. So some poor soul is gonna pick up an ass pen to try and do a little art or something.
I mean, come on, like you've done cocaine.
Maybe if you got one from the middle, though, it would technically just be nested by the other Sharpies.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you'd need to keep an eye on what color it was. Next time I need Sharpie, I'm gonna go for green because that one's probably not touching much.
The hot commodity on the set of the Hot Wheels show, building cars, we were cutting so much metal. Sharpies were like somebody would steal your Sharpie. You were always looking for a Sharpie. So a trick my buddy Will taught me was put the cap from a yellow Sharpie on like a black or a blue Sharpie. Nobody will steal it because it doesn't look like you can mark shit. And that's how you keep your Sharpie from getting stolen in the shop. Because people think it's useless. But back to your previous sponsor endorsement, though, that was a fantastic segue from the old lady porno tape story right into your sponsors. That was beautifully presented and a fantastic segue. That's
how we do things here.
That was well done.
Okay, we're in the jizz biz. Okay,
yeah, a little professionalism. So yeah, get your helpful jizz
Titans
pills
in the cum industry.
Yeah, it's not a competitive market, but we're
not after we stepped in. No, sir. Everybody backed out. There's major load, but he can suck a dick. Okay,
I think we are the biggest players in the game.
So coming in like first and third in the masturbation contest.
Load.
Oh yeah.
All right, well done. Well, while you guys are plugging sponsors, I am going to do the same because there's a cool story behind it, and it's not just a average plug. So when there's a company up in Chattanooga, Tennessee called RMJ Tactical, and a buddy of mine who is just one of the most gangster human beings I've ever known. They make all these cool knives and tomahawks, and he carried one of their tomahawks made out of some kind of crazy alloy. He took it with him to Afghanistan, and one of our planes went down, and some Taliban guys were trying to like overrun it. His guys like pinned down those guys, suppressive fire, and they used that tomahawk to chop the canopy out of this fighter plane to get this dude out. So these things are made, they're like lightweight. It's like the Native American tomahawk turned into some kind of tactical weapon in modern age. And he and I went up to their factory. Of course, he does like endorsements for them. He went up there a couple of years ago, and they were super cool, just making all their own shit, very craftsman style. And they watched some of my videos and they gave me a tomahawk, kind of a Vietnam era style one. That's what the tunnel rat guys preferred to carry with. So I've had this thing for a couple of years, and I had it with me last year when we were on our way back from the Key West Prudhoe Bay run. And what we had done is we took a 84 Suburban that a buddy of mine owned, and he'd put an 850 horsepower LS motor in it and a parachute, which I built onto the back, and some drag tires. And me and it was David and Bradley, we drove that truck from Atlanta to Key West, turned around and got the long distance award to drive it all the way to Alaska for Alaska Drag Week, where there's like a drag and drive event. You like drag race at one track, drive the same car you raced in to the next track, race it, drive the same car. It keeps people from building like trailer queen cars and having something that you can actually drive on the road,
and
as well as
road
race
trip out of the whole thing.
Oh yeah, we ended up going up to Prudhoe Bay, Alaska. We lapped all over. We ended up driving 17,000 miles on this road trip.
Jesus.
And at one point, we crossed. Of course, you can't bring in guns or knives or anything like that into Canada. But I had this tomahawk tucked back in my camping gear because we never knew if we were going to get stuck out somewhere. And sure enough, we did. You can imagine a 800 horsepower, 40-year-old Chevy Suburban. Something's going to break, and especially after thousands and thousands of miles of potholes and washboard, this area called Destruction Bay, just these really, really terrible roads. We're driving along, and we are like 150 miles from a cell phone signal, 300 miles from a town. We're in like as far out in the Yukon territory as you can get. And we're driving along, and we hit this really, really bad bump. And all of a sudden the engine just like shoots up in rev, starts making some bad noises. We're kind of already off on this little spur road from the big gravel road that nobody drives on anyway. We pull over, and sure enough, like we had just passed a whole family of brown bears. And brown bears are like grizzly bears. Like they're not like the little black bear, ditch bears we got around here. They're like the eat you from the back end out, kind of paws the size of your head, bad bears. So we just passed these bears, and now the truck's dead. And we're like, shit, like this is not going to go well. So we got no weapons, no guns, nothing like that. But I had my tomahawk. So we popped the hood. What has happened is like the entire turbo manifold, exhaust manifold has broken off from the head pretty much. Like just cracked. Turbo, the whole exhaust kit went with it. Not my friend, but the guy who had started this truck before my friend got a hold of it had sort of hung the whole exhaust cutout and everything. And even in a V8, I guess it has an Chevy LS in it. Once you run it through a turbo, it becomes a big 8-into-1 exhaust. So it's got one big exhaust pipe going out the back. That whole thing is just cracked off. So we are like, shit, like we are 1,000 miles from a car parts store, hundreds of miles from a cell phone signal. We can't drive it like this because it's so close to the combustion chamber. It's just going to melt the pistons out of this thing. So we got to fix it. So a ways back, there was a sign and like a bear-proof trash can with this little, like a wooden base. And I took the tomahawk out and I pried it out of, like I pried the board off. I owe the California Highway a board, by the way. We stole the board, come back, and I proceeded to take the tomahawk and like chop it into this really intricate shape that we were able to like kind of wedge into the firewall, brace the whole turbo and everything else going into the kind of core support up in the front. We build this big splint. We take a bunch of drink cans we found on the side of the road. We use the tomahawk to like cut the aluminum up because these things are like these RMJ tomahawks, like they will literally, you can chop through concrete with these things. Like the metal is just made out of like mithril and adamantium or something. Like you just, it's amazing. So we're like, having just chopped this thing into wood, we're like cutting the cans. We make all these heat shields and put sticks in there to make air spaces, and we ratchet strap it all together. We get this whole thing. This takes we spend about 18 hours out in the bush building parts for this truck out of a tomahawk. And by the way, all those sharpening sticks to like ward off the bears, which are in the area. They did not roll up on us, but like we're basically taking turns. Like somebody's got the spear, somebody else is working on the truck. We're kind of taking turns doing watch, sleeping in the truck. We're out there for like a day and a half, build all these parts out of wood for the truck, ratchet it all back together. We pulled the vacuum line on the blow off valve and went on the wastegate. He got in a little bit of electricity we had left. He got in with the computer, kind of pulled some timing out of the motor, made it run as cool as we could, and then lipped it like 150 miles to some oil station where, thank God, the guy actually watches Vinwiki and had seen some of my videos and welded the thing back for us. But anyhow, so I see the RMJ guys. I go to the Atlanta Blade Show a couple of weeks ago. I see the RMJ guys there, and I tell them this story. And they ended up being interested in the Alaska trip, which I'm about to go to. And so they kind of took me on as I guess they are my sponsor. I don't know why that makes me a sponsor. I've never really had like material sponsors, but they gave me not only some gas money for this trip and some swag. I got one of their shirts on here, but they gave me a new Tomahawk, which this thing is like, if I had to go hand to hand with anything, it would be this Tomahawk. The handle is rated for like 7,000 volts. So like it's meant for like chopping into, like if a helicopter goes down in the sand, it builds up a lot of static. It's for chopping into those. If you were like a first responder person, you can use the hook. This is sharpened. The beard is sharpened on the back here, but you can like hook stuff, pull it. You can stab it into like a piece of wood, pull it out. This will chop through like concrete. But if you chop into like a main electrical line, it won't kill you.
So you're onto something here. That it uses a metal called CPM 3V, which meant nothing to me, so I had to Google it. It's a powder metallurgy tool steel, and it says it's more than double the toughness of A2 steel. It's usually used in machining parts that are meant to machine things, but it's there in a Tomahawk. They've also got some cool knives.
Oh yeah, they make some amazing stuff.
A little expensive, $500 or $600. So
this thing is like $700, but it is, as a guy who drives a $200 car, it is worth it. This is like this thing.
Your car gets stolen, you're like, my Tomahawk.
Oh my God. I mean, if I had to have one tool out in the wilderness to survive, it would be this thing. I'm not just kissing their ass. They make legitimately good stuff. I've had one of their Tomahawks for 5 years now. This is the new one, but I've still got the other one. I mean, dude, you can hit rocks, you can hit concrete, bricks, you can chop through metal. Like it's literally meant to hack through other pieces of metal, which, the kind of runs we do with the cannonball stuff and some of these adventure trips, we get cars like as far out into the wilderness as you can drive in North America. That's how far out we drive. I mean, we've been on glaciers, we've been out in some crazy places. And yeah, this thing, man, I'm kind of like hoping some crazy shit goes down in Alaska next week. Cause like, I want to be the guy that just comes like off the top rope with thank God I got my Tomahawk here. But anyway, so I'm really stoked to be working with these guys though. Like this thing is, and I'm not just like, for example, like I don't really like Pepsi. I'm a Coca-Cola guy, but like if Pepsi came along, like, yeah, I'd probably take their money. But like this stuff, like I've legitimately had their stuff for half a decade and it is the shit. And they've got some really funny stuff. Like read their item descriptions. Like they've got this whole line of like clubs and brass knuckles. They have a set of brass knuckles called Snuckles. They have another big like Warhammer called Snuggle or Cuddles. That's like this big spiky, Cuddles. Like they've got some legit weapons out there that you could tear some shit up with. But anyway, they're super cool guys. This stuff is like all handmade. It's all made in America. All the materials come from America. I mean, they are really like walking the walk. But if you've never had a military grade weaponized Tomahawk in your hand, it is satisfying.
What kind of pussy doesn't have any military grade Tomahawks?
Yeah,
I'm telling you. Not in Vietnam, the combat guys.
I really wish we all had better Tomahawks. Like right now.
I mean, I tell you, I'm not I'm more of the like Indiana Jones, pull the gun out, shoot somebody kind of type of guy. Probably, sure. I'm not like a combatant. But like, man, if I did have to go like up against a bear or a person or something. I mean, this thing, you can push with it, you can stab with it, you can hook with it, like you could deflect other stuff. It's like good in like close quarters. Like you don't need to like you can do like front stroke, back stroke.
But like a bear's gonna fuck you up.
Oh yeah, I mean a bear.
Oh, please, Taylor, you don't think
a brown bear?
Oh yeah, I mean, am I gonna
100-pound brown bear?
All right, Taylor. First of all, that's racist. They don't like to be called that.
What? Like that.
That's African American.
Second, I can take a bear. I don't care what color it is. I'm colorblind to bears, but I can take them all.
I know that. Actually, when you were out there in the wilderness, were you just giving spear sharpening duty to like the one guy?
I couldn't hear that.
Oh shit! We've been having glitches on your camera as well the past few minutes. But is he there? I don't know.
Can you hear us? Nope.
No.
Froze. Probably not.
I was imagining that like if I were on that expedition, I would be the person tasked with like sharpening sticks because I would have no skill set in the fixing part of it. And that would be a thing like keeping me busy. Because like if a brown bear gets up on you, there's no way a spear made by me is going to do anything other than prolong my death experience.
Then why would I let you make the spear?
Because you're you know about cars
Because he's a child that you're
engines.
pacifying and occupying.
Yeah.
Okay, Taylor, I know you have a lot of big feelings right now.
Absolutely.
Kyle, don't be mad. I ate all the food.
And I saw a squirrel and I threw your knife at it and I missed and I don't know where the knife is now.
Okay, you guys are busy. You're gonna kill me. I was listening to the radio in the car and it
battery's dead.
I was putting my phone because I've been playing Temple Run. And
I wonder if you could self-power your alternator and recharge your battery.
Like they did it on Breaking Bad.
Did they? Like with human power, they turned the alternator backwards.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah, something went wrong where they broke the generator. So Walt just spent like the whole night spinning the internals of a generator to produce electricity and charge a battery.
I am losing you guys.
Yeah.
Is that just on my end or is that happening to y'all too?
It's you, Chris.
It's just you.
It's your internet. It would probably be your internet.
Yeah. Probably just.
Yeah, it's been glitching out ever since we started talking about Bear. I reset the router.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Try that.
Yeah, we'll reset the router.
So Kyle a while ago was talking about videos he likes to watch while he's high, and it kicked off this thought process. Colin watches videos of dominoes falling like again and again and again for like hours, just dominoes falling. From my perspective, it's just audio abuse. It's really hard to be in the same room.
Yeah, that sounds
But it's
bad.
like, yeah, autism, silly kids. Not me, but if you need me, I'll be over here watching football videos sync to Here Comes the Boom for the next
I'll be watching a man dressed like he was born in 1690 making historical pies. Shout out Townsend and Sons. Dude, I'd love to get that guy on the show in full regalia so I could learn more about the past. I don't think he'd vibe with us. Actually, no, I don't want to do that to his image.
No, we could get along with someone like that. I was toying with the idea of having that Steve MRE guy, but it's like, what do you talk about once you get past the MRE questions? You never know if someone has.
What's the best thing you've ever eaten? What's the worst thing you've ever eaten?
That's a show.
What do you do when you're not eating? You look fit. You do a lot of pull-ups.
We watched the hardtack guy. Which one is he?
The hardtack guy is Townsend and Sons. Was he all dressed up?
I think so.
Yeah,
and Jackie and I watched him just explain the history of hardtack and that I guess old-timey sailors.
Yeah.
Old-timey sailors.
We should probably just cut Christopher there.
He
doesn't even understand that it's his end.
I think he's trying to reset his router.
He's like, you got something's wrong over there. It's all glitchy.
I had a paramotor instructor say this about me. He's like, Woody, you're the kind of guy that when you're driving down the highway and on the radio they warn, careful, there's a crazy person going the wrong way. You're like, one crazy person, they're all going the wrong way. That reminded me of Christopher being like, everyone's internet's bad, but mine. Weird.
Wait, did Jackie like Townsend and Sons?
He didn't really bring it, that video, from our perspective. She felt like it was
Watch a little the salt pork video.
maybe we
it's got to be about something you love.
It's got to be about something you love. There's got to be passion to it. Yeah. Or I'm
not into it either.
The fat oh my god! You come on.
I mean, I don't want to shit on your passion here.
There's two different fat chefs, like very.
So
fat.
Those of you who don't know, he's talking about a
Black
YouTube
guy
channel
and the white guy, and they both do really good extra like in detail cooking videos for him. They're good. Watch them.
I definitely wouldn't watch I just don't think I care about the historical nature of it, nor do I benefit from the culinary nature of it. Does that make sense? So now I'm just looking for entertainment, and he's very dry. So I've lost. If there's a pyramid of entertainment,
personified.
Like, he's tough and long lasting and old and bland. So bland. I really appreciate his passion for what he does. I can appreciate that in anyone who makes content of any kind. You can tell when someone really loves what they're doing and what they're talking about. And he's that, but I'm usually fucking bored by him, and I just want to watch like a police shooting. I want to watch somebody again try to stab the police and fail. That's my bag.
I want something a lot more mellow when I'm like sitting there late at night and I'm a little high. Like, I don't want to watch people getting shot and hurt. I want to watch this guy be like, today we're going to explore what sailors were eating in 1704. And I'm like,
I have a
tell me about it in your goofy hat.
You should check out the woodworking corner of YouTube. They're incredibly competent. Their production quality is amongst the highest on the channel. Their audio is perfect. A lot of it's voiceover, but even if it's in shop, it's great.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll like go through their thought process on how they design some exotic piece of furniture by showing you CAD drawings of the different versions that they sketched up along the way. And there's hilarious jokes. And YouTube is the woodworking part of YouTube is highly competitive, and they're all racing to the top to make better and better videos than each other. I would
legit. Watch that. I don't need to like be into that, like into the hobby or the craftsmanship to appreciate it. Like, I've spent hours over the years watching different sushi masters like carve up fish.
Mm-hmm.
I watched honestly, now I'm thinking about it, I probably watched an hour-long video of a guy butchering a cow and quartering it and showing all the different cuts of meat and like where he started and where he went to.
All right, I'd watch that. That sounds good.
See, that was sick. It was good.
Wait, what does it look like when he begins? Is it like really sanitized? Like it's already like
It's a white room and it's like a literal half cow hanging.
Is it hair on it?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe not. I don't know. This was years ago, but it was a great video regardless. I remember enjoying it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can get to
Well, I lost you guys right after we were talking about fighting a bear with a tomahawk, and as soon as that started, everybody sounded like Stephen Hawking on an auto-tuner, and now I'm back, and now we're killing cows. So I think
we're killing all sorts of animals. Yeah. I was going to ask when you were in that situation with the spears, did you you just gave that task to the most useless person, right? Like, yeah, you go sharpen spears for the bears.
Oh, well, it was just two of us at that point. So it was just whoever was working on the truck, the other one was manning the spear. Like it was, or a spear. Like it was just kind of a,
Oh, I imagined a bigger group too.
Yeah, because there was.
So
like
the spear wasn't
everywhere.
a silly task to like con some child into thinking he was being useful against a grizzly bear.
Nah, this is more like life raft situation. This was like two dudes in a 40-year-old Suburban broken down 200 miles out in the wilderness. So there was like not a lot of. There was nobody to recruit. It was just like, okay, I'll hold the spear while you work on the truck, and then you work on the truck, and I'll hold the spear. And yeah,
it's crazy to think if I were alone in that situation, I would have died. Like I'd be like, how do cars work? And I'd be like, fuck, I should have learned this.
Well, I mean, somebody would have come along eventually, and a couple cars came through. I mean, we had it under control enough. You're not even in remote areas like that, even way out on like the Dalton Highway between Cold Foot and Prudhoe Bay. I mean, there's a trucker along every 30 minutes or so. So you'd really have to try hard to be like a dried up skeleton eaten by bears next to your car. But definitely needed something. I mean, would I want to go toe to toe with a bear with a spear? Hell no. But the top, whatever it is, the bear's probably going to win, but I'm going to go out swinging. So yeah, spear.
It's definitely going to win.
I don't have a vibe for the answer to this question, but can a Suburban protect you from a brown bear, from a grizzly bear?
Oh, hell no.
If it's not motivated.
I've seen a bear open the top of a door frame like a mailbox, like just like going for like, Cheez-Its or something. Just walk up and just bend it down. Oh yeah. A bear would get, the only thing might save you is the bear is like so big that he might not be able to reach all the way in. Like if you could like hide in opposite sides of the car, but oh yeah, he'd just tear the door right off. I mean, they're really that strong. They're just, we just try not to be that motivated.
Yeah. Remember all the arguments we used to have back in the day about because it used to be a big internet thing where people were like, oh, silverback gorilla versus a grizzly bear. And then you actually do like a tail of the tape and it's like, oh, it wouldn't just be the grizzly would kill it before it really realized it was in like it wouldn't be a put up your dukes fight. Like the gorilla would get butt fucked so hard and so immediately.
What is the weight difference? Do you have any idea?
It's like a factor
of 3
of 2.
or 4 to 1.
Yeah, like at least double. I think it's like closer to 3 times as much. And it's like 9 feet tall. And claws are so much better than fingernails.
Oh yeah,
I'm not going to say that
like
bears
big gorilla's like 700-800 pounds. Big bear's like 2,000 pounds.
But I feel like bears are less danger per pound, right? Like if you see them without fur, they're kind of fat. They wouldn't win any beauty contests. Gorillas, on the other hand,
they're jacked. But think about this: it's kind of like if
bears
you took
jacked.
The bears are jacked. If you took Brian Shaw,
they're jacked.
Yeah, they're huge.
They're fat.
They're as strong as bears can get, which is so strong.
Zach, can you find a hairless bear?
Zach, please find me that gif of the 2 adult grizzlies like duking it out by a river. They're in like a marshy type area, and there's like huge muscles rippling, and they're just
but they're swinging around.
Yeah, see, I don't even know what that is.
I could fuck that bear up.
No, a grizzly bear.
That is a grizzly bear.
That is a female black bear who was dying.
Yeah, that is black bear. Well done, that is not grizzly bear.
I can see that bear's cooter. That's how I know that's a sick bear.
We were in Denali and had a bear come past the vehicle we were in, and like a full-size grizzly bear is the size of a tall car.
Can you imagine? Have you heard tale of Woody the bear fighter? He's slain 30 of the beasts in a day.
That's like Winnie the Pooh after he's been on meth.
That's a dog.
Oh man,
these sick fucking bears.
Yeah, I don't like these pictures.
These are sad.
Taylor was a mean bear.
That bear would still kick your ass.
Oh. Yeah, any bear is going to kick your ass if it's motivated.
That's not true. There's like a beaver next to it.
That's like a
that's like a coonskin cap.
That's a sick raccoon.
I could fuck that bear up.
That is a sick raccoon, isn't it?
You guys can't take bears like me. You're not trained.
Looking at you like, why do I still exist?
Yeah. No,
so cold in here.
All right. In fairness to you, Zach, there are not a lot of good photos of hairless grizzly bears online. You know why? Because you try and shave one. It's gonna fuck you up.
I did. You saw the results.
When we were up at the oil station up on the coast of the Arctic Ocean up in Prudhoe, all the buildings there, most of them are on like skids, because if you built a building with a regular foundation, the heat would melt the permafrost and your building would sink. So all the buildings are up on these like 10-foot skids. They move them around with tractors and shit. And there's pipes and all this equipment. It's not like a town. It's like a moon base.
Yeah.
And like the little hotel we stayed at was like a sort of like a thing, like it's almost like that thing in the abyss, like on the bottom of the ocean. It's like this little tube and we all kind of live in it. But the steps going up to it, because the polar bears roll up on you, like every other step was like it was like that metal like construction, like the steps you take up on like a bulldozer or something. Every other step had a 2x12 with like 4-inch screws and bolts like poking up out of it. So as a person, you would skip every other one. That's to keep the bears from stepping on it. At the door, there's no locks on any of the doors. Like if a bear rolls up, you can reasonably confidently run to any door and it will be open, so you can try to get in. Yeah, they have like inside the doors, they have like pepper spray, like bear spray hanging on a string by the door. There's a bucket of spikes, so like if you could get in the door, you can like barricade the door with something and use the sticks to like poke the bear away while you're spraying the bear, hoping the bear steps on the spiky strips. And then like the unused door in the building, they had piled all of the exercise equipment from the gym and just like barricaded the door with a Nautilus machine. Like it was crazy. And like I went out, just kind of walking around the oil station, which is big. I mean, it's miles across, looking at all these cool trucks, with these big monster truck tires and shit on them. And like, you got to keep your head on swivel, because like the polar bears will straight up roll up on people. And like, there's just nothing you can do. I mean, they can run 40 miles an hour and they're 11 feet tall, and they can turn a car over and tear a door off its hinges. Like they can smell you.
Largest land predator in the world.
Away. I'm sorry?
It's the biggest land predator in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there's just nothing you can do. Like, like if it's a territorial thing with a grizzly bear, you might could play dead. If it's like a black bear, you might could bluff it. Like a polar bear, it's just going to eat you. Like there's just nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah, those other bears you mentioned are mostly omnivores, whereas the polar bear just eats meat. So
just eat meat. Supposedly their liver's got like a fatal level of vitamin A in it to us for that very reason.
Yeah. They're eating
we saw one like maybe 5 miles out. And I say I saw a polar bear, meaning that like there was a white dot out on the horizon, which the last 150.
You're coming off as a bit of a sissy. Polar bears are not that scary.
Well, that's pretty fucking cute.
The last 200 miles to Prudhoe is just a straight road across grass. I mean, there's nothing out there. And we saw like a white dot probably 4 or 5 miles out that had to have been a polar bear because it wouldn't have been anything else. But man, that was as close as I wanted to get because those things are, I mean, they're cool looking. And when you see them like
closer
playing with and stuff, rolling around and playing with their babies, like they're cute, but like their paw is the size of like your torso. I mean, they're just massive. And they are starting to see grizzly bears crossbreeding with polar bears now.
Polar bears.
Because they're their habitat, their ice shelf is melting, so they can't get back on the float ice. So they're hanging out through the breeding season and hooking up with.
There is a Pisley crowd, but get out of here with that.
But they,
I don't think I've ever seen one.
But a growler bear seems less scary, right? Like, I mean,
and it rolls off the tongue.
Oh, I love the name. Let's set that issue aside. I'm finished.
Growler bear, you say? I like that. Is that what you said? I like that name.
A purebred polar bear is bigger and scarier than a grizzly bear, right? So you're just diluting and sort of downgrading.
I think you're making it more,
but it's like going from like a cruise missile to a bazooka, though. I mean, like you're still like slightly less, but it's also like an extra jacked grizzly bear, which is already one of the most terrifying animals on the planet. So, he's pretty cute, though. He looks like you could snuggle him, but I have a feeling that you could not.
He looks sad.
He does look kind of sad.
Oh, okay. This guy's like scratching his ass. He's having a blast. He's like, that rock right there. Getting there deep.
But like for perspective, like you couldn't put your arms around that thing's neck because it's that jacked. Yeah. Like it's too big to hug him.
Big. I don't think I've ever seen one. I know I've seen black bears in the wild, or not in the wild, but at like when you go to Pigeon Forge, they have this wildlife thing where that's kind of in the wild. They're fenced.
Yeah, Roaring Fork. That's really cool.
Zach, can you find a picture of somebody holding a polar bear's paw, like for perspective?
Yeah, I know. There was always the story that they had the big mounted grizzly at the Alaska airport when you flew in, and to give people who were like tourists, I guess, some perspective into what they were talking about if they're going bear watching or bear hunting or bear looky-looing or whatever. They're gargantuan. That bear can stand up and put its front paws on like a one-story house's roof. That looks cool, right?
I guess you could cuddle him.
And that's not a full size one because I've stood next to some taxidermied ones, and I mean obviously you see them in the zoos and stuff, but yeah, I mean they're cute and they look like a big white German Shepherd. That's pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, and like how fast. That's what they were telling us up at the oil station too. They were like, these things can sprint at 40 miles an hour. So like, don't get out of your car to take a picture of it because it will close a gap on you like way faster than you think. And but again, tomahawk. If I had to pick a weapon, it would be the tomahawk. But I'm going to go out
poorly. You need a shotgun.
This is Indiana Jones.
Well, yeah, but hey, good luck getting a shotgun through Canada, man. Like you can fly into Alaska and bring a gun with you, like by air. But if you're driving through Canada, man, you can. I think like 3 inches is the limit on like a pocket knife. I mean, they are.
I looked it up because I hadn't heard that you couldn't bring a knife to Canada. It surprised me. And it turns out you can bring something like a Bowie knife, but a folding pocket knife you can't bring in, which isn't what I expected. That's what I
read. They're pretty strict.
One must be a tool up there.
Yeah, we got pulled when we drove the Charger into Canada to go shoot it off the cliff. It was a former police car, which they were already sketchy on. And the key it came with had a handcuff key on the key ring with the police car that was still on there. And my buddy that owned it, like he had like his Florida plate on the back, but it still had the Texas front plate on it. So we kind of got pulled off to the side. And when they saw the handcuff key, we got like detained and they completely field stripped that whole car just over a handcuff key, like thinking we were going to go up there and like get arrested and get away or something. But yeah, Canadians are very nice people, but yeah, they do not have a sense of humor at the border, man.
I keep my handcuff key on my keychain because I figure if I ever accidentally like get a girlfriend locked up and I lose the key, I know where one is. I know exactly where one is, and so there's.
You feel
always
like you
one
need
there.
a handcuff key to unlock the handcuffs?
I mean, if we're in a survival situation and I had a bobby pin, I'm almost positive I can open handcuffs with a bobby pin for sure.
Yeah,
But
if you pop out the little binder clips, the little black ones that they use,
you got to stop
your
interrupting
divorce
me,
papers
man.
together with. You pop
Christopher,
a little handle out of that, it'll kind of work.
Christopher,
I think
you're lagging behind a little bit, and it's kind of ruining the show because you talk over us, and we kind of get bulled over by you.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
I think it's a tech issue. I think you're on because I noticed it earlier in the show. I haven't said anything, and I think he just doesn't know that we're talking.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Well, sorry about that. Yeah, you guys sound like Stephen Hawking on an auto tuner sometimes.
Yeah, that's on your end. It's your internet bandwidth is the
I'm kind of out in the sticks out here, so I don't have the fastest internet. Well, apologies for the talking over. I don't mean to do that.
It's all good. It's all good.
When you do like hand signals, or we need like passing the conch in Lord of the Flies or something.
I haven't seen that, and I didn't have to read it. I feel like I was the only person in the 90s and early 2000s who didn't have to read Lord of the Flies.
I liked it more than most. I didn't like every book they made us read, but that one worked for me.
I learned about what it was about from the Simpsons episode where they go to the island. It's a good Simpsons. Yeah. Where Otto doesn't die at the end somehow. He stays alive. Anyway, I just got back. What are we talking about?
Fighting bears.
Polar bears.
Oh, damn, still.
I have a topic. I saved it. What's a smell that most people think is good, but you think is repulsive?
Lavender.
Oh, somebody said that.
That's crazy. Lavender's great.
I don't like lavender. It can be a little like chemically, but the one I had, it's not most people, but a lot of people I know in my world think gasoline smells good, but not to me.
It smells fine. Like, and I wouldn't light a candle that smelled like gasoline.
They sell them.
Yeah, I don't like it that much. I don't want my house to smell.
The higher
like
the octane, the better it smells. It smells good.
Yeah, like race fuel gets like this really sweet kind of smell to it when you get up to like the 106 octane and 110 and all that. Yeah, I like gasoline smell, but that's probably like cultural for me too, because like it reminds me of racing and stuff.
I like the smell of the burnt rubber too, like at the drag strip. That like I pictured it and I smelled it just now. Like I closed my eyes and I pictured that car burning out and like getting ready to go, and it's like, yep, that's gasoline exhaust and like high octane, at 110 octane racing fuel, and that burning rubber that has to be cancer causing. It has to be carcinogenic.
It's terrible. I have a candle that actually smells like that when you burn it. The candle looks like a tire and it smells like burning rubber. But yeah, it's got to be terrible. Yeah, some petroleum and all that.
I feel like I've got good taste in smells. Like, you not liking lavender that's a strike against
That's a granny smell.
No, you're
That's
so wrong. Lavender is a relaxing smell. It's
we all
not
think
like,
less of you, Kyle.
Yeah. a grandma smell is like
Lavender.
No.
It's potpourri, which is lavender.
Potpourri is an amalgamation of different scents, and lavender.
But lavender wins them all over. Oh yeah. Oh, that rose is so overpowering. No, the lavender is. Lavender.
The only
lavender is the smell
like
of
Avon perfume
and decay.
Yeah. I okay, fine. Like, it is. No, you can't have this. Lavender's great. It's a great scent. It's a great
going to the mats.
Yeah, I'll go to the mats over lavender. It's what I have made for myself probably a dozen lavender candles, and I burn them. They smell great. It makes my house relaxing. It's a nice smell. It's not the only smell I like. I also like.
Did you give one to your grandma?
Wood, sandalwood. No, my grandma. I did give her a candle, but I think she likes very clean scents, and so I gave her a lemon scented candle that was a little sharper, a little crisper of a smell. The only like common scent in candles that I don't like is those sickly sweet, like vanilla. It smells like a donut house. It's too sweet. It's too much of that.
Love it. Pumpkin pie, fucking candy.
No.
That was right.
This is
apple strudel.
No, I don't want
cobbler. I want the whole house to
Cookies.
smell like a dessert bakery.
No,
yes.
that's trashy.
I'm right there with you, Taylor. Like I love the smell of lavender. If you drive through the south of France in the summertime, like they grow that there as like a major crop. So the air just smells like lavender. It's amazing. It's very calming. I used to have my last office job, like where I worked in a studio with other humans, was like so stressful. There was like a candle shop down the street, and I would go down there about 3 times a week and just smell lavender candles to keep from driving my truck through the front of our office. Sometimes like it was like probably save people's lives. But I'm with you. I'm with the sweet smells. I mean, it's an excellent question. Like the thing you're talking about, like those like fudge shops and brownies and cupcakes and all that bakery smells, like it just smells like diabetes to me. Like I just can't. Yeah. I can't do those sweet smells like that.
I need the sweet smells if it's going to be a meat. Like if I'm in a fudgery and it smells like fudge, that smells great because I'm about to eat fudge. Like it's the association.
I don't want to zoom past the notion that he loves things that smell like cancer, but can't stand diabetes.
Yeah, he's a little
silly.
Just different diseases. Yeah.
Pick your poison. Yeah, that sweet stuff is just really overpowering. Makes me feel kind of gross. But yeah, some chemical thing just smells like speed.
Pumpkin pie, like all those pie or like fall smelling like sweet treat candles.
My Febreze is watermelon.
I hate those. Oh, watermelon Febreze.
Yeah, I get the watermelon Febreze.
That's fucking ridiculous, dude.
I go over the couch and I'm like, the whole thing smells like that old Bubblicious gum. The whole fucking place.
You're making it sound so much worse. Your house smells like
you
gum.
Act like you don't like these things. Didn't you
I don't like
buy
the smell
a whole pound of fudge?
I don't see why that's here or there. And no, I don't have any fudge remaining. I want a little ham on it. And
there's no evidence that I at any point owned any fudge.
Yeah, I did. I went when I was in Gatlinburg hiking in the Smokies this past weekend. They had a fudge shop on every corner, like 3, not even one every corner, like 3 a block. And so I popped in and I bought fudge at one of them, and I went back out and was walking, and I realized when I passed the next fudgery that I'm like, oh, I'm an idiot. I clearly went to an inferior fudgery. This place is great. And so I went in there and I bought more fudge. And then like I ate so much of it that evening at the cabin that like I woke up the next day and I was like, I kind of feel off. Like what?
Yeah, my blood sugar is 400.
Am I tired from the hike? No, I do more physical activity than that very regularly. What could it be? And I walk out and I see just wax paper strewn about, in some places torn because in my fury I couldn't unwrap it correctly, ripped it, tore it out.
There are bite marks in the wax paper.
It was fantastic.
Did a grizzly bear eat my fudge?
I ate so much fudge, and so like, but like once every like 8 months or so, usually it lines up on Halloween. Like I will eat a ton of sweets, and then I'll have no sweets at all for like another 6, 8, 10 months. So like now I won't have any sweets until the next time I happen upon a fudgery, more likely than not. Oh, I did go to Buc-ee's, you know, that gas station that people rave about that's huge. Yeah, I went at the worst possible time. I was like on the way home, I was my girlfriend was driving. She took the first shift and I was sleeping, and it was still like so early, like it's like 7 a.m. or something, and she pulled in to get gas, and I didn't know when we were going to be parking next, so I got up to pee, and we're at Buc-ee's, and like I walk in, and it's like it's the loudest, brightest gas station I've ever walked through. It's like a mall, and I'm passing. There's like a middle.
Is this your first
station.
time? I haven't been.
Yeah, it was the first time I've been in a Buc-ee's. It was huge, and I'm like hair messed up, eyes barely awake. I'm in sweatpants and I'm trudging to go pee. And like I'm passing this, there's this booth, not even a booth. There's like a center in the middle of it that's walled off, and it's like a barbecue place. And so as I'm walking by, there's this dude with like a big blade, and there's a big giant brisket in front of him, and he yells, he's like, "Brisket on the board!" Literally, I'm walking by and this guy yells, and I'm like, he startled me.
Brisket on the bone is Taylor's.
No, brisket on the board. He was like, "Brisket on the board," and then he started chopping the brisket up, and everybody around him like echoed it and was like, "Brisket on the board!" And so, it was wild. And so I went to the bathroom, and it doesn't take long to pee, like 2 minutes. Like go in there, pee, wash your hands, come out. And I'm like leaving. And as I'm leaving, he goes, brisket on the board. And everyone got brisket on the board. And I'm like, how often is this happening? Like every person here is like an Arthur Fleck Joker style story happening. Like, you know what you take when you get a maladjusted loner yelling brisket on the board 5 hours a day? It was wild. The brisket looked decent, but it was too early.
You didn't get any brisket?
No.
That's crazy.
No.
I think you've been
full
before.
to the brim of fudge. And I just
when we were coming back from the Lozon fight in Boston or whatever, we stopped at one of those, right?
Did we go to a Buc-ee's?
If it wasn't a Buc-ee's, it was some other gargantuan gas station chain.
I think
just
it was
remember
one of
big,
those gas
Wally's
station complexes. So in the Northeast, there are toll roads, which means that there aren't regular gas stations that you just take an exit to. Instead, there are these centers where there's like a gas station complex, but it's not a Buc-ee's, and I think it might be run by the state. You know, there's Wendy's and gas stations, but the complex is the state.
Yeah, I just remember there being like 100 pumps. Like it just didn't even. It was so many. Maybe in Texas, I went to one of those too. There's lots of cool fucking one-off type little travel centers in Texas though that are fun to stop at. It'll be like a barbecue restaurant, gift shop, gas station.
There used to be a truck stop in Shamrock, Texas. In the middle of the truck stop, they had like a big, I don't know, it was about the size of an above-ground swimming pool. And it was a tiny little Wild West town that was populated by lizards, and they all just kind of wandered in and out of the little buildings, and it was just like this little Wild West town full of lizards, and that was the hook for the truck stop. Cool. I thought that was great.
I was in Texas just having a meal of some sort, probably lunch, and everyone in the restaurant wore cowboy hats and cowboy boots and button-down shirts. And I'm like, how many of these people are real cowboys, and how many of them are cosplaying as wannabe cowboys?
That's pretty much what I do. I did grow up on a horse farm and had a horse and do know how to lasso stuff, but I hadn't done that shit in 30 years. Just trying to stay.
I was going to mention earlier, I love the hat.
Thank you very much. This hat came from the equator. There was some guy being down there. I have found a trick with the hat, though. For whatever reason, you can get away with shit wearing a cowboy hat that you cannot normally get away with.
Slurs.
It's something about like, I don't know. It's like for example, like the opposite of a cowboy hat would be like a hoodie. You know, let's say like you're trying to, you know,
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, you're like at some concert or something, and you want to get backstage, or there's some event going on, you want to get like into the pits or whatever. You know, hoodie pulled up, like you look like you're up to something. Security stops you, like with cowboy hat on. You're just like, hey, how you doing? Blah blah blah. See you bar walk, like you just walk through, and something about like the size of the hat gives you like this. You're obviously not trying to hide because you look like some asshole in a cowboy hat. So whatever you're doing, if you walk with confidence, is like you just must be doing it.
Yeah.
Kind of like when Dale Earnhardt was taken to the hospital in Daytona after his fatal accident. Like Richard Petty comes walking into the ER supposedly and just walks like straight past the security people, like going into the back, and they're like, sir, you can't go back here. And he was like, that's okay, darling, I can go wherever I want to. And he just walked up through, you know, like. You just have to like channel your inner Richard Petty with the hat, and you can
show everybody a picture of Richard Petty. That's important, Zach. Yeah.
You don't know Richard Petty, the king of NASCAR.
I was named after his son.
Yeah, exactly.
Kyle Petty.
And I'm not even that big of a NASCAR fan, but he's just a legendary dude. But anyway, something about the hat, just I don't know. You can just kind of get away with shit. Like people just think you're not up to something when you have a cowboy hat on.
You know, I want to start dressing like the Colonel.
It's hilarious that every picture Zach has found so far has been like helpful to me and hurtful to you.
Yeah. We're often like we'll have like an argument about a thing, and then I'll be like, no, bears are scary, and Woody's like, nah, they're pussies, and Zach will show sick bears. And it's like, see, Woody's clearly right here.
Yeah, those aren't lies. These are real.
That reminds me of like Arnold talking about his stogie and how he could smoke it wherever he wants and nobody would correct him because he was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Do you think that it would be a good look to dress like Colonel Sanders, like white suit, white hat? I don't know.
Are you going to do the hair and the facial? Are you going to do the facial hair? Like, all right, let me just say this before we get started. If you shave off like your beard, like the chops on the side, everything. You are like Colonel Sanders ready if you dye that white. Like if you just went white and then you've got the Colonel Sanders thing. If I saw you walk into I would show some respect. You had the
I
white
think you
suit,
should do it for Halloween.
a cane, and give me your best old Southern Colonel accent.
Yeah, you got to throw the word boy in a lot, like Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah, well, it'd have to be a little Foghorn Leghorn-ish. I'd have to ease into it before I got into all of my racist theories.
Sharper when you do those like amplifiers.
You got it.
Like well, little sharper on the. I would put hard R's.
The Colonel always uses a hard R.
Yeah,
but you got to drop the final R though. Like you got to be like, I'm gonna go down the street and get me a big old.
That's the name of my documentary.
Yeah, that's the name of the. Yeah, that's the. If we ever get canceled, that'll be the name of the docuseries. The final R.
The final R.
The hardest R.
Supposedly, Colonel Sanders wore that white suit. He came from the railroad, and somebody told me this story that, like, he was like the guy that like shoveled the coal into from the coal car into the burner of the steam locomotive, and he was like really fast at it. And he would his flex was that he could do it so cleanly with this white suit on that he wouldn't get dirty and covered in coal. That's where he got his look that carried on into his chicken empire thing.
Now that is a tall tale. That's a Paul Bunyan level
coal
story.
is dusty as heck.
Somebody please correct me on that. Just somebody told me that story. The other Colonel Sanders story I know.
You're right. No, yeah, you're like 99% right. He his job was on there, but he did the guy who shovels the coal. That's the good job. Colonel Sanders had to scrape the coal ash from the steam engines, which has got to be the shit tier job.
That's good motivation. That's good backstory. I thought he was always in the.
I was told a tall tale about Colonel Sanders. I've never done any research to see if it was real, but it was the whole thing about when he and his wife divorced. She kept the original KFC secret recipe and started her own little restaurant there that's in Kentucky. I've been to it. It's more of a sit down at a dinner table and they serve you family style place, and it is not fast food. It's closer to fine dining than fast food.
I'm sure that the okay, there's no way that if it's only 11 herbs and spices that he would forget it.
23 is Coca-Cola, isn't it? No, that's Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. 11 herbs and spices is the KFC way.
Yeah.
And so I would call
somebody told me their Instagram that they own, their corporate Instagram only follows 11 people named Herb or Spice.
Yeah, I saw that. They're years ago, someone posted a screenshot that the KFC Twitter only followed 11 or followed the Spice Girls and 6 guys named Herb.
Yeah, that was it. So my favorite Colonel Sanders story, old biker buddy of mine is from the same town in Kentucky where Colonel Sanders was from. And this is years ago, 60s, back in the 60s or something. Anyway, there was this old house in town that for years had been a brothel, and supposedly everybody's granddad or whoever, either their first time, their dad would take them down there to have their first time with a girl, or they'd save up, their friends would dare them, whatever. Anyway,
Avery.
A lot of men of the town all had their first time in this brothel, and the building had long since become something else, hair salon, apartments, whatever. And at some point it was going to get torn down, and they were raising money, some kind of historical society, to preserve this house. And several people donated money, and that kind of raised some eyebrows and whatnot. And they came up $50,000 short, or a big amount short. And at the last minute, Colonel Sanders came in and gave them the money to save that house. Presumably that he had also had a special moment in that house back in the day, but
Yeah.
He became a wild card at the end, and the KFC corporation had to cut him loose. He would go into the restaurants, start talking shit about how dirty they were and how bad the chicken tasted. He said he said their gravy tasted like paste glue. He'd go into a random KFC and lose his shit. Can you imagine?
I like that. You need a passionate owner if you're going to maintain high quality chicken.
For a little while, KFC had a great ad campaign, and they would have a different colonel every commercial almost. Norm Macdonald, very good Colonel Sanders.
R.I.P. Yeah.
John Goodman did a parody.
R.I.P.
to where he's kind of shitting on. He's like, Church's chicken hates the gays, but not here. The Colonel loves the gays. Hell, I might even be gay. He's just completely selling out. And then he cuts aside to the camera. He's like, Hell, if I'm being honest, he drops the accent. I don't even give a shit. You're all just money mouths, eating and buying. And then it goes and goes back to the old timey music in the fun commercial. It's a really good parody.
I like that he's a real guy. Like Long John Silver, not a real guy. Captain
Silver,
not a real guy.
Captain
Chipotle,
Morgan.
not a guy.
Yeah, it's not a guy at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like
they're all not guys. Mine's just a little less.
The Chick-Fil-A's, not real cows.
Yeah, remember Wendy from Wendy's?
Wendy was real. Wendy
was real, but then they used a hot actress to play Wendy because I think they did a limited run with the actual Wendy. People are like, well, this reminds me I'm eating fast food. Like, you're overweight.
Oh, I don't want to eat that.
Yeah.
Actual Wendy's. A buddy of mine was from Columbia, South Carolina, where Dave Thomas was from. And let's see, I'm 50. Real Wendy's, I don't know, 5 or 10 years older than I would be because my friend was this age. According to him, you know, growing up in school, everybody around there had these like crazy Wendy stories because she was like, you know, kind of crazy rich girl. She's like that girl would like get drunk and show up at your house and crash her Corvette into your fountain or something. Like she was this complete party girl, kind of train wreck. And that people had all these wild Wendy stories about real life Wendy out spending her dad's money on drugs and stuff. But
you got that square burger money burning a hole in your pocket. You didn't build the franchise, so you don't have the work ethic to maintain it. You're just partying.
I saw Dave Thomas testify in front of Congress. It was pretty cool. He was talking, I guess he was adopted, and he was talking about like, you know, kids of parents and divorce and whatever. And they asked him like, that's the real Wendy. I asked Zach to pull up. Anyway, he just was like, I don't know what to do about you know, kids from separate homes because they're gonna play one dad against the mom and like fire them against each other. And it just seemed like a real moment. I like Dave Thomas.
Yeah. I've never really been a big Wendy's guy.
No.
It's fine.
I remember when it was Dave Thomas in the commercials and the packaging was all yellow and red and they were just introducing the spicy chicken sandwich and it was like these guys are on top. You know, they had the commercial.
I think they won the chicken.
They had a hockey commercial where the spicy chicken sandwich was like melting the hockey ice down. I think there's some hockey
chicken sandwich wars. Everyone thinks Chick-Fil-A won. Everybody's wrong but me. It's Wendy's.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A did win handily, easily.
I covered this already.
No. We will relitigate this for the next 49 minutes if we have to, because like it's so crazy that you think Wendy's won that. Even Wendy's doesn't think they won.
No, the fact that Chick-fil-A couldn't get canceled with all that anti-gay stuff coming out, and it wasn't like they tweeted something or said something insensitive. They like send money to those countries that make homosexuality
have a blessed
crime.
Day, homo. Like they're giving you your bag,
and gay people were like, "Fuck it, that's some good ass chicken."
Dude, I don't care about bigotry when it comes to food. If there was a place called Stalin's Burritos, and it was the absolute best, and it's like, "Welcome, my friends, to Stalin's Burritos. To partake in these burritos, you must give us Soviet salute and deny Holodomor genocide." I'd be like, it never happened.
How's that one go?
I don't actually know. Did that? It's not that one.
You're very good at accents.
What if there was like Hitler's?
You do one of these first?
I don't know. Where you hit your chest. I know that's where they pussy out in the like old shows about Rome. They'll be like, "Whew." And I'll be like, that's not where they stopped. And you shouldn't have to stop in here because they didn't even know about this Hitler guy that was coming about. There was thousands years. But if there was Hitler's donuts and they were the best donuts. Like, it is a good thing I dropped out of art school and pursued my true passion of train scheduling and donuts. Like, you'd go in and eat it, right? What do you have, a sweet tooth? You'd go to Hitler's Donuts.
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
I don't think I would go to Hitler's Donuts.
We'll go to Subway on occasion, and that guy was a pedophile.
He didn't have anything to do with the making of the sandwiches or the corporate.
He told
structure.
me about the existence of the sweet onion chicken teriyaki, and that's what kept me going back.
I've never had that sandwich.
It was the only decent one. It's probably not good anymore.
Yeah, I like the meatball sub.
Yeah, I guess it's not that. No, it's pretty bad, but it's not.
I go into Subway thinking this will be a slightly healthier meal, even though I know the bread is actually not bread because it's
give me a loaf of bread and
actually order the meatball. It's like the worst thing on the menu for you. But when presented with the meatball sandwich, what are you gonna say? No.
Yeah, give me the white double cheese bread, and then just put the lowest quality meat you have in the middle of it.
I was in the airport in India, and the only place to eat was a Subway. But, with religious reasons, they don't serve the same meats that we get at this Subway here. And I'm not lying. And I've eaten some weird stuff. I mean, I've had live silkworm caterpillars and whale and dog and horses and testicles and all kind of weird shit. That whatever cold cut combo I had was the worst thing I have ever put in my mouth. Like, I'm pretty cheap. Like, I mean, to get me to waste food is hard, but I really just couldn't finish it. I was like, this is not, it was like, it tasted like petroleum products somehow. Like it was, oh my God, it was awful.
Who do you think won the fast food chicken sandwich wars?
I mean, I don't know who was fighting at the time, but that one at Popeyes is pretty good.
Popeyes
was all breading
going on.
It's too much breading on the Popeyes one. I tried it, and it was like I was getting whole bites of breading before I was even approaching the chicken center of it.
Yeah, the first few months they've made them extra crispy. They dialed it back a little bit, but Popeyes is good. I do like Chick-Fil-A. I'm gonna have to vote with Taylor on that. Like the Wendy's one is just not there. I rolled through a town one time where a McDonald's was like the only thing to eat in the town. And I rolled through the drive-through, and I get like what seemed the least offensive thing, which was like a crispy chicken sandwich from McDonald's. And I get my drink and whatever, my fries. Of course, the fries have a half-life of like a minute, 15 seconds. So you got to eat your fries first. I'm like 5 miles from the place, and I get into the chicken sandwich, and I take a bite, and I kind of think about it for a second. I take another bite, and I'm like, I mean, it didn't taste bad, but I was like, what is this reminiscent of? And I was like, it was so bland and waxy. I was thinking like if Yankee Candle made a chicken scented candle and then you ate the candle, that's what this tastes like. Like it was just like chicken scented something on the bun, but it was not chicken. It was
that's the kind of candle that Kyle would like with his terrible candle taste. I can say it
talk smack while he's gone.
Yeah. Don't tell him he gets back.
But,
I didn't like the
there's a YouTube channel I follow. It's got a Fat Electrician. Have you ever watched him?
I think
no, I don't think so.
I thought
it's really funny. He mainly does like military history things, but he's like really funny. It's kind of like a drunk history. He's not drunk, but just he tells you like military history or like the history of the 1911 or some like funny, like seemingly unrelated events that came to cause the Cuban Missile Crisis or whatever. He really funny backstories. But every now and then he'll do like a breakdown of like Doritos or whatever. And he did one on Chick-fil-A and really did like a market assessment, like kind of comparing Chick-fil-A to McDonald's, for example, about, Chick-fil-A has like 11 things on their menu. They have chicken done 2 different ways. Their kind of open door customer service policy of like whatever you want, they just give it to you, compared to McDonald's, which had like 28 things on the menu and like 14 different burger combinations. And it broke it down into like how much stuff a McDonald's employee has to learn and not get wrong. And each avenue that those cause, like problems with people waiting in line to get, this one has 2 pieces of meat, it should have had 1, or this one had pickles, this one had sesame seed, this one didn't, about how like McDonald's and other fast food places complicate their staffing and people's wait time to get food by having more complicated menus, whereas Chick-fil-A, by streamlining that, basically gets people in and out faster. They're able to pay their employees better. They get better employees. The whole thing kind of goes uphill. He also broke it down about, like with, Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's, whatever, you get these like holding groups that come in, they own, 150 different stores and they never even see the places. Whereas Chick-fil-A like owns all of their stores. Like you can be an operator, and a friend of mine's wife actually is kind of the head of the people who like they vet people out. It's like 1 in 1,000 people even get approved to operate a Chick-fil-A, and you have to like start at the bottom, kind of like Waffle House. Like you got to like mop floors, work the fries, like to even be an executive at Chick-fil-A. you have to have done every one of those jobs. And by the fact that you're not just some, and if you operate one, yeah, you might make 200 grand a year running a successful Chick-fil-A, but by their corporate model, even that guy mopping the floor, that girl on the milkshake machine could theoretically work her way up through that process and be a store owner. Therefore, their employees are more vested in working there than, somebody at a Wendy's where it's just owned by some group. You're never going to be the owner. You're just going to kind of work there. So fuck it. Anyway, he did a really interesting breakdown on like how Chick-fil-A is so successful, and more importantly, like scale, like size wise, I can't remember the breakdown with the numbers, but they're like the 5th or 6th most successful fast food chain, but they do it with less than 10% of the number of stores that McDonald's are. There's like 40,000 McDonald's, but Chick-fil-A's, there's only 10,000 Chick-fil-A's or something. Anyhow, it was this pretty smart business model, and politics aside, like they really have thought out their process pretty well, that which lets them have that kind of profitability. And it's a good chicken sandwich, I will confess.
I looked into buying franchises at one point, and I was curious about it. A Wendy's, you can own a Wendy's. They're about $2 million. And the franchises are more expensive than you might guess, but a Wendy's about $2 billion to get going. A Chick-fil-A is like 300 grand. But the difference is you can't own a Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A owns all those Chick-fil-A's. What you're doing for that 300 grand is you're buying a job, a pretty good job. You can only own one Chick-fil-A. You can own as many Wendy's or McDonald's, whatever as you want, but you can only own one Chick-fil-A. That's your job, and you work there. And I said own. I shouldn't have phrased it like that. You're buying a job. You work for this place, but you get the profits from it. And when it's time to sell it, you don't own it. You just leave that job. So it's a different it's a different way of doing it. But Chick-fil-A franchises, I guess they're nice if you're not rich already, because you can get it. Like 300 grand's a lot, but it's an amount that people can get to, right? A lot of homes are that much. Like you can get there, but 2 million.
And you would think a bank would be likely to sign on that one. It's, you know what I mean? I
didn't look at it through that lens, but they
can get their money back.
Yeah.
So, exactly.
But what stinks is when you're not building your own business. Like if
I
you
want
buy
In-N-Out. I'm not In-N-Out. Takeout. That place that I always talk about. There's when Cookout. Thank you.
Okay.
When a Cookout comes into a new market, it's a lockdown situation. They need police officers there to handle the traffic. They do double, triple, quadruple lines at the beginning, like a theme park, and then they slowly break down to smaller lines. They're taking your order out in the parking lot. It's like the circus came to town.
It's wild.
And look, it's not the best food I've ever had, but it's a cool experience. They got like 30-something milkshakes, for example. They have one menu for milkshakes, and it's like, this is our milkshake menu. It's like, holy shit, I've never seen that before. And instead of just fries being sort of the default, and Burger King and McDonald's try to act like they got 8 different sides, but you know what they got. They got fries and onion rings, maybe. But they'll be like, yeah, you want a chicken quesadilla instead? Yeah, I do want a chicken quesadilla instead. Give me that instead of fries. They do ridiculous combos. It'll be like barbecue pork, a corn dog, and a quesadilla will be one of their combos. So those places are
super
nice.
Cheap. Yeah, it's cheap as hell, and they're there at like 2 a.m. Everybody else has been closed for 3 hours.
Yeah, I've stopped there on road trips before and been like, it's the only place open in some sleepy little town in the Carolinas.
The other thing I looked into buying, and it was actually my leading candidate because it's the job I think I'd enjoy the most. I was like, I should own a movie theater. This is pre-COVID. That would have been the biggest financial mistake of my life.
Dude, that would have been so bad.
Oh,
you'd have been like Randy Marsh. I don't know if you've seen this episode, but there's an episode where Randy decides to invest in Blockbuster. and he's got all the speaking points down that he clearly got from the Blockbuster salesman. Maybe he's like, studies have shown that in remote rural areas, bandwidth is not yet significant enough to provide DVD playback for customers, and therefore rental spots are still the best bang for the buck to get your video watching done. It just is. He's like, right, Randy, right. And they're all sitting going insane in his Blockbuster. There's a ghost there. It's so old, it's haunted.
And he's like, it's not that old.
I read that, I think Paramount or Sony? No, Sony. Sony just bought all the Draft House.
Alamo
Alamo Draft House, right?
Alamo Draft House Corp, like all those really nice theaters. I just don't go anymore. You know, I used to go all the time. Often when we're talking about movies, I'd be like, yep, saw that one in theaters. Yep, saw that one in theaters. Because I used to go every weekend, and sometimes I would stay there all day. I'd watch 2 or 3 in a row. You know, like you don't have to pay for those other tickets once you're back behind the ticket counter.
That's how it works. Yeah. I used to see all kinds of movies at theaters, and then I dwindled only to ones that really benefited from the theater experience, like Marvel type stuff or The Martian. And now I just don't go.
Yeah, I don't go. I feel bad that I don't go.
Just a couple. Like I think the second Avatar and Top Gun, I think, are the only ones I've gone to see. But yeah, same reason. Like if it's going to kick ass on the screen, but I mean, for if you take a date or something, you're talking about like $55 just to go see movies. You know, I mean, that's just a lot of money to go sit in.
You got to bring the kind of girl who's good with smuggling in candy. If she doesn't want to put candy in her purse, she's not for me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. If you're not willing to go on the cheap, because if you're going to be with me, you're going to be doing some cheap stuff, including.
Yeah, I used to go all the time. We would take lunch in with us. I'd get 2 Chipotle burritos and throw them in her purse, and we'd be in there having the best like lunch ever, watching some new movie.
I don't like that you did that.
Why? It's amazing.
It's too fragrant a meal.
Oh,
with
I'm on
around.
Team Kyle here. One of my favorite movie experiences ever. I snuck out of work. I went with my boys.
You put up your
brought
burrito,
5 guys.
Stinky.
Hot sauce and fucking I don't know, lavender candles.
More lavender on there, double lavender.
It's like some like super quiet tense part of the movie, and somebody lays into like a crunchy taco or something. You're like waiting for the jump scare, and it's like.
And I'll tell you what also puts me off from it. I see so many videos of people being disrespectful and awful at movie theaters. You know, people just on their phones and talking and fighting. And if you correct them, you're assaulted or someone gets shot. You know, I see fist fights going down. I see big groups of the usual suspects, you know, just going ape shit over. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Going ape shit, you know, and just screaming and ruining the experience for everyone. And it's like, what am I going to do? Go up there? Excuse me, sir. Those youths have ruined my viewing experience. Could I have my $37 back, please? And I'd like a refund.
Hey, this is the burrito guy.
They tackle me though. They're doing crack in there and like beating at the table.
You're being let out. What is the charge?
Am I being detained?
Mexican meal. Democracy manifest.
I see you know your judo well. That clip makes me laugh every fucking time. I love that.
It's interesting. Red Letter Media, which is like my favorite movie review people on YouTube, just did a video. I think it's called "The Death of the Movie Theater," or "The Death of something like that." It's over 1 million views. It's really good, and they talk about some of the stuff we've talked about. How it's overpriced, it's inconvenient, the viewing experience is often bad, and the crowd there is awful to be around sometimes.
Yeah, I'm having a twist on this though. Like, first, there were all kinds of movies that could succeed in the movie theater: rom-coms, The Martian, Marvel, etc. And then it sort of got limited to just blockbusters. You know, you had to be a Marvel movie or a Top Gun or something like that for it to be successful at the theaters. So they all started going to sequels and franchises and things that were guaranteed hits. If the movies die, then they can go back to trying things, experimenting with lower budget stuff, the rom-coms, the story-driven things, because it's just going to be on Netflix and HBO Go. I guess it's just Go now, or Max.
It's Max.
I can't keep
terrible marketing.
Yeah, why did they lose HBO? But anyway,
it was like
I'm sorry.
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, I just think that if we're going to start streaming stuff, and it doesn't necessarily have to make all its money in 3.5 weeks at the theaters, then maybe we can build different types of movies again.
See, I'm glad you said that. The 3.5 weeks in theaters thing is a big part. Like, it seems like there's no faith in a movie product to go out there and build word of mouth and get the ball rolling. If it's not this blow your socks off opening weekend followed by, oh my God, it's the second opening weekend of all time. If it's not breaking literal records, they pull it after 3 or 4 weeks. Furiosa, which I've talked about, like I don't know why people thought it was going to be so big. It's got stars in it, and it's a known property, but it's not like Mad Max was a gigantic film, and it's not like Fury Road made all that much money. It probably made $60 million, $70 million tops. So thinking that Furiosa was going to be this huge thing, no, it's going to be more of a niche film. And I think it's made 30 or 40 million and probably lost that much. It's going to lose that much because they already pulled it. It's already pulled. Like, come on. Like, people, from what I understand, it's a really good movie. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy it, but I'm not going to pay for it because it's, for one thing, all the reasons I listed before about movie theaters, but for another, I'll have it for free in 2 weeks.
And the home viewing experience now competes with the movie theater one. Now, for some of the reasons you said, you don't like the people you're with, but also I'd argue your TV probably got better. Maybe your audio got better. Like, everyone has a much better system than they did 15 years ago.
Yeah, I've got a little miniature theater. We both do. And it's like, man, is it really a big step up? Like, okay, if I go to a 70 millimeter art house type thing like Interstellar was, or Hateful Eight was, that's a different thing. Oh my God, there's an intermission where they turn the lights on and they're handing out pamphlets. This big trifold thing about the movie, and it's presented in 70 millimeter film, which genuinely looked like nothing I'd ever seen before. There was so much variance in the color and so much clarity. Like, that was incredibly high resolutions to see. And I saw it on an IMAX screen too. So it was the creme de la creme viewing experience for the Hateful Eight. I think I went twice. But outside that, like you said, like, am I going to go watch a fucking comedy? Like, no. I'm never going to see an Adam Sandler movie in theaters again. I know that.
You're going to have an $11 soda, or I know you, just like me, Kyle, have a mini fridge that has all the diet sodas you like
right behind me. Like I'm in my like fucking seat, and I can reach backwards with my arm and sort of tickle the door open on I've got one of those wine fridges. Like,
yeah, I have a beer fridge full of fucking Sprite Zero Chill, drink of the summer. Check it out, folks. This episode's brought to you by Sprite Zero Chill.
I'm like, I have a mini fridge too. It's right by the Game of Thrones room. It has 11 different flavors of fish food.
Oh, boo!
Cool guy Woody over here flexing his fish food variety. All right.
I don't have any fish food.
Not a bit, not a scrap of it.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine has a 3D television, and first time I saw Fury Road was at his house, and I'm always like a year behind movies, stuff like that. And yeah, same thing, you know, it's like comfy couch. The movie's like happening like inside my head. I mean, maybe I'm just easy to please, but like easy to impress, but like putting the glasses on, like that movie happened in my head. Like you were in it. And yeah, you know, we're just chilling out on his couch, you know, Coors Banquet, feet up on like it was way better than the theater. You're just hanging out, shoes off, drinking a beer. Didn't cost, I mean, obviously you guys a lot invested in the TV, but like, you know,
didn't cost you anything.
Go down there, pack a gun, hope you don't get shot. Like, yeah, I mean, crazy shit goes on in theater. A friend of mine works in a theater, like nutty stuff. It's like people use theaters like babysitters now. They just drop their kids off and go out for 6 or 8 hours, and the kids just run wild in these theaters. It's a shit show.
I never thought I'd hear that. It's unbelievably rude.
It was such a different. So again, I'm 32 and 38, and so like when I was a kid in the 90s, like the theater was a straighten up kind of thing. I remember our whole class. I think it was our Cub Scout group or something like that. Some boys group I was involved with, one of the teen sports or something. We all went to go see The Nightmare Before Christmas, I think, that Tim Burton animated thing. And it was they let you know before we went in there, look, you step out of line in here, you're going to be outside in the bus with Miss Adams. You're going to be out with her. She doesn't like Tim Burton. She thinks it's satanic. She can tell you some Bible stories while we all watch a fun movie, you little pricks. And it was like, oh shit, we fucking went in there and
that is a hardcore threat. Yeah, you want to watch this movie or Bible stories with Mrs. Stick in the Mud?
Bus driver thought the movie was satanic because I mean, Tim Burton stuff is a little dark. He's got his style. You know, she'd probably seen it with Scissorhands.
I remember, like, as a young kid, sometimes not being able, like, my mom wouldn't go take me to see a movie because she had some website in fucking 1998 that she would go to and be like, I'm just going to run this movie in here. And every movie got shot down by this website. It was just like, Pokemon is satanic. There are psychic type Pokemon, which is evil. And I'd be like, it's not. It's the coolest. And I'm going to be left behind in all of, like, this is the water cooler talk. In fairness to her, I did get to go see, she actually took me to the Pokemon movie because she realized that was ridiculous. But she still would not let me see certain stuff if this website would shoot it down. There's like a 2-year period of that. And then she realized it was like, this website fucking hates everything.
I got into a whole conversation with a guy about this at the gas station the other day. I had my X-Men fucking tank top on. And he was like, oh, fuck yeah. Have you seen X-Men 97 yet? Which is like they're redoing 1997's X-Men. They're continuing where it left off. And I'm like, nah, I haven't watched it yet. And we started talking. I was like, he's like, that was the shit when I was a kid. And I was like, yeah, me too. My mom wouldn't really let me watch it much though, because she thought it was something about the mark of the beast when she heard Beast was a character, and then she heard Apocalypse was a character, and that was the end. So I had to sneak the show at best. So he's like, yeah. He's like, same thing.
The same thing. Man, that was so ridiculous.
You know what I might enjoy at a theater? The next Deadpool movie. Could be something I'd like there.
The Deadpool Wolverine movie, I think, is going to do it's going to be Marvel's holy shit. This is what can still make $1.5 billion. This is it. And then it's going to cause a bunch of other shit to happen that won't be good because they missed the point entirely. They'll completely misread why Deadpool versus Wolverine is going to be so goddamn successful, and they're going to do something awful. In 5 years from now, it'll come out. I think that movie's going to make $1 billion plus easy.
They're versing in the movie. They're not on the same team.
No, all right. So sort of canonically, they interact a good bit, and they sort of had this wisecracking like broship that's going to be fun to finally see like happen. And they got Hugh Jackman to literally come out of retirement to do this thing. And I'm sure they're going to see, and they've got him in the real cartoon uniform, which is this crazy yellow and bluish black type thing. Whereas in the other movies, which were much more grounded, they made like a dozen X-Men movies. It feels like he's got like black leather, most of the time, maybe no sleeves, but he might just wear a tank top. He's very grounded in the real world.
So Ryan Reynolds is going to be breaking the mold, doing quips at the camera.
That's what the character does.
Yeah. No, that's what Ryan Reynolds does.
No, that's what the fucking character does. The character literally in one of the comics came into the writer's room, broke like the fifth wall, and killed the writers who wrote him. Like that's what they do. It's very referential. That's his thing. Yeah. That is one of his powers, is that he breaks the fourth wall.
I don't like it.
Well, I can't help you. I can't help you.
You don't like breaking the fourth wall?
I don't like Ryan Reynolds.
What? How can you not like Ryan Reynolds?
He's the same guy. He's the same guy in every fucking movie.
And that's a great guy.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
He's the best guy.
See? Don't worry. I'll be done with these jokers in this universe before you know it. I'll find you soon enough. He's killing the writers who wrote him. See? I bet that's literally what their writers room looks like.
I hope he was successful.
So I've never been into superheroes or anything like that. I kind of came up more in that, Mad Max, Smoking the Bandit, Dukes of Hazzard kind of climate, and people with powers or whatever. I was never into superheroes really, but I did see Deadpool, and I thought that movie was just hilarious. It was a clever movie, but I loved how they just kind of took a shot at some of the tropes from other superhero movies, the superhero landings and those kind of things. The fourth wall breaks were hysterical. I absolutely love that movie. I thought it was just the funniest thing. And, and again, the character, for being such a tragic character, there's a great kind of upbeatness to that character despite his tragic past, I guess. But I thought that was fun.
I'd kill myself if I looked like that.
It's not that I have like excellent taste in movies, because I don't think I've seen enough movies to have good or bad taste in it. It's just Ryan Reynolds. Every movie I've seen him in, he's.
Have you seen Waiting?
Guy, I have. Yeah, he's that guy in Waiting.
Yeah, but also like Robert Duvall is always Robert Duvall, or Keanu Reeves is always Keanu Reeves in every movie. They're not
fair, but I like Robert Duvall.
Have you ever seen the Robert Duvall movie, The Apostle?
When I like the thing they do, it's good. Like Jack Nicholson is kind of a similar guy in a lot of movies, and I like Jack Nicholson, and so it works out. I just don't like Ryan Reynolds.
What don't you like about Ryan Reynolds?
Is it his bubbly alertness and
is it his charismatic presence?
Is it the sarcastic quip at the Tip of his tongue.
I guess it just not even anything that complicated. I don't think he's very funny. And
God
so I feel like I'm not in on
American
pegged in Deadpool. That's hilarious.
He gets pegged. I saw Deadpool 1 and
he gets pegged in that.
Yeah, I won't watch it again. It wasn't like a horrible movie. It was fine, but like, yeah, I'm his shtick is not my thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, with girls or whoever, like I've seen some of his, like, I guess those like romantic movie, like whatever that one is where like it's Christmas time and he's like some record producer or something, goes back to his town. Those like the chick movies he's been in, yeah, we're pretty terrible because like those kind of movies are just make me want to escape.
Yeah,
but I really only the Deadpool movie's the only thing I think I've seen him in, I guess, other than the rom-com stuff. I mean, has he done other movies or?
He's done a lot. I haven't seen a lot of them by design at this point. So maybe I'm being a Ryan Reynolds.
He did Blade 3, and which is not the good one. It also has Sexy Pants McTitty Face. I can't think of the girl's name.
Ryan Gosling.
It's Jessica Biel.
Of course, you named a guy.
And what the fuck? Sexy Pants McTitty Face? He said Ryan Gosling.
I was going for Barbie, and I thought we were looking for the other.
It's fine. Just be gay. We like you.
I just remember my head. We're talking about who the fuck are we talking about? Who plays Deadpool? I lost his name.
Is Ryan Gosling the guy that was in the Blade Runner sequel?
He is 2057. Yeah.
So Ryan Gosling to me is the same thing as whoever the fuck plays Deadpool, who I can't remember.
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, they're like two parallel actors. That's why I said.
And obviously,
Ryan.
Not Denzel Washington.
Okay.
Who plays fucking Blade? I'm spacing out. He was going to fight
Wesley
Joe Rogan.
Snipes.
Wesley Snipes. And I love the quote from Ryan Reynolds about working on that movie with Wesley Snipes. He's like, they're like, "What's it like working with Wesley?" He's like, "Oh, I've never met Wesley Snipes. I've only met Blade."
He should have been like, what's it like working with Wesley Snipes? Should have said taxing.
That's a good line. I love it.
Poor Wesley Snipes. Yeah, apparently he just stayed in that stupid fucking character all the time. He's another Marvel Comics OG because that's also a Marvel character.
I did not know that.
That movie, The Nice Guys. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, there's no original ideas anymore.
Yeah, they don't give credit to Blade for launching superhero stuff, do they?
He did in a big way.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, he showed what I mean by that is that maybe some studio executives, financiers, or producers saw the potential for those type products. Like, look, this thing was a comic book product. Let's look at. We bought the rights to this Blade thing for $1,300. What else is in the catalog of comic books? These can be successful products, even though the average person doesn't know who Blade is. So,
because in my heart, a lot of people give credit to Blade for launching the whole Marvel thing, and I'm like, if you want to give him credit for launching comic stuff, well, Superman predates that. And
I think it saved Marvel from going like uber bankrupt and losing some of their better characters, perhaps.
And
that
Incredible
Tim Burton
Hulk,
Batman from 92, 91.
Mm-hmm.
With
the Supermans predate the Batmans, which led to. What am I looking for? I've forgotten. Anyway, there's Blade and Incredible Hulk. I think is before Blade, but I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, that was a failure. The one that was that had Edward Norton. That one. I think it was John. I can't think of the director's name. It's that Asian guy. John. It doesn't matter.
Woo.
It's not John Woo, but I can't think of who it is. It's
the only Asian director I know.
Those names. It's Ang Lee.
Okay.
In any case, that was a shitty movie too. But I like Blade. I like Ryan Reynolds. It's sad that I get you not wanting to jump into the Marvel pool because it is a stinky pool these days. I'm out. I don't give a shit. Yeah. I also don't care about the Disney stuff. Woody, have you watched the new Disney show? Star Wars show, Star Wars Acolyte.
I hadn't heard about it.
Oh my God!
Is it on the Disney Plus?
You're clearly not on the right, getting any of that right wing propaganda pumped to you.
I seek it out. I bet I watch more Fox News than the rest of the show combined.
Oh,
it's easy. It's zero.
Impossible. Yeah, it's another like super woke Star Wars show with like black lesbian. I think there were some black lesbian Force users who like use the Force to get pregnant or something. Really? I don't know. I've only seen a few clips of it. You know, it upsets me to see.
I just don't know a lot about
Star Wars, heard. All right, now I don't know. Now this is a completely separate thing. This has nothing to do with that necessarily. But I think Kathleen Kennedy was quoted as saying that they were going to get away from the dark side and the light side of the Force because those racist terminology.
Isn't that the whole?
And saying that the light side is inherently good and the dark side is inherently bad is racist. So we're gonna get all the way from
That's not how accounting works.
Sammy J was on the light side of the Force, and he's black. He had a purple lightsaber.
In accounting, in the black is where you want to be. The red side is the bad side.
That's true. Yeah, and I bet they didn't consider that, did they? In their ridiculous. Are they really? So I don't follow the Star Wars stuff at all. They're actually like, we're going to get rid of my understanding from Star Wars, a core tenet is the light and the dark side of the Force. How would you even remove that? That's like, we're going to remake Lord of the Rings.
Maybe
we're done with all no more jewelry in Lord of the Rings. The rings are classics. Not everyone can afford a ring.
What if instead of using light and dark, they just reverse what they are? Oh, you on the white side of the Force.
No, I did see who's the leader of Disney right now?
Watched that.
Eisner? I forget. They brought a guy back, and he was like, "We need to get away from this woke stuff. It's been a mistake." So we'll see if that translates.
And I just want to watch space pirates duke it out with laser swords and use their mind powers. And I want at least one cute fucking character. And you can make all the toys you want. And I'll fucking buy a T-shirt with that little cocksucker on it. I did. I got a little Baby Yoda shirt. It says like, the Force, this is the way, and it's like whey is spelled WHEY, like whey protein. It's funny as shit. He's like got his little Grogu bowl. But I'm checked out. I love the Mandalorian season 1 so much, and this just, you can see it like getting worse and worse as John Favreau leaves the project.
Those shows, like, it was my understanding that the Star Wars shows aren't doing well.
It's hard to tell because of review bombing. What the general consensus is.
Review bombing is also like its own excuse at this point, because you'll see listings of, or like reviews where it's like, well, 95% of the reviewers whose job depends on liking our movies liked it, and only 18% of the audience liked it. Clearly, this was bombed by trolls. And it's like, no, it's probably people who are like, I'm really into Star Wars. I can't wait to go see the next source material on Star Wars. And then they show up and it's like, we don't like the light and the dark side. That's race, like just fucking bullshit. And so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy for them in that way, where they can make whatever nonsense woke shit they want and then offboard all of it to an ethereal accusation of trolls.
They lost the plot back against like Rotten Tomatoes being dishonest a while ago, but now I'm like, I just can't trust any of these review sites. It seems and it's not always in one direction either. I think the studios will pump it up in a positive way, and then it gets knocked down. Sometimes it can be a good thing, but a particular group hates it enough that they do review bomb. And I just don't trust. I don't know how to get good reviews anymore.
Here's their Rotten Tomatoes.
They'll be like, this was review bombed so hard that we're removing all the reviews. And it's like, oh, you're removing all the bad reviews.
This one that Kyle linked, it's for Star Wars The Acolyte. It follows the pattern that Taylor just mentioned. Like the pros give it 86% fresh, and the audience gives it 18% in Rotten.
Yeah. I did. And look, I'm a nerd about certain things. I guess I'm okay with there being blaster noises because I assume in space.
Oh yeah, me too.
Even though like I'm like, yeah, I guess the pilot can hear them because they're like his guns are reverberating, like physically interacting with the ship, and it's vibrating the air inside his cockpit. But in the Acolyte, there's a scene where there's a fire on the outside of the ship, and they're like out there in spacesuits, I guess, maybe trying to put it out. And it's like a campfire, like burning on the side of a spaceship, and it's like, come on now. That doesn't think.
I need to see it. I can imagine a world where there's enough oxygen and gas escaping the hole in the ship to sustain a flame, but it probably doesn't do that.
Am I retarded? Yeah. Where do I go on this website to like actually see the reviews themselves instead of just a score?
Oh, you like click you click which kind of reviews. Click the
I'm clicking average tomato meter, and it's just pulling up.
It hid them. I feel like I just watched them on my phone. Like I feel like I was just reading reviews on my phone from there yesterday.
I don't know. I don't see a way to do it. It just says 86% average tomato meter.
That's silly.
For all
if you want like if you want more of a right wing, I don't even know if we should call it that, take on movies, it's Critical Drinker. His channel's just exploding in popularity the last year or 2 or 3. When I first started watching him, I didn't think he was that big, but I think he was on Piers Morgan. He's done a bunch of stuff like that, and his reviews are. He just destroys stuff like this. I don't watch it because it's a little disappointing. Like when I see what it has become, it actually upsets me a little. I'm like, oh, it's like that South Park episode where they're raping Indiana Jones. Like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg have Indiana Jones bent over the pinball machine. They're like licking his nipples and stuff, like giving it to him. It's kind of how it feels.
The Google reviews are somehow even worse. 1.6 stars. So this is just the first.
Use your Star Wars movie review voice, please.
This is. Oh wow. Okay. Well. Klingon Force left a review a day ago. Okay, well, it had stains all over it from the start. Laughable. They've labored to turn this into a female franchise. Insult its I should have expanded before this is long. What's left for them? They continue down a path very little population wants. Disney's track record has been tarnished and frankly not very good over the years. They know nothing about the Force. You're born and gifted with the Force. It is not a class you take for credits and get a degree. Exactly what I thought it would be. Predictable, dumb, and cheesy, mediocre, not so bright writing. Where did the 880 million plus go? Hokey dialogue, disconnected, sluggish, generic. The acting is bad like a CW show. I struggle with anyone who thinks this is good. Okay, and he goes on and on like this. And this is 1,220 people found this helpful.
Kyle, wasn't the Force something you could train in the beginning? And then it became a mitochondriite thing in your blood.
So it was an intangible in the beginning. I think they've made it now. So it was this intangible thing that like the Force is with him, or he is strong with the Force. You would say that, and there were certainly levels to that, as well as like levels to someone's Force mastery and whatever skills that they got from it. It was a little Harry Potterish. Not everybody could do everything, but. Then they made it midichlorians, and George Lucas did that with the first prequel movie that came out in 2000 or 2001 or whatever, 99 maybe? I don't know. But now I think with these new like DEI Star Wars, they're turning it into something that you can like train like it's an Olympic sport or something. And
I like that more. Here's where I'm coming from.
Lame.
When I learned it was, I'm going to get the word wrong, like mitochlorite levels in the blood or
midichlorian.
Thank you. Midichlorian levels in the blood. Suddenly, all hope of young Woody training to become a Jedi was taken from him. I just wasn't born with it. You can't have this anyway. I was hoping that maybe I would meet Yoda and develop this skill. That's what I liked. It was something I could learn. And then when it became something you were born with, it was like, fuck. Now I'm screwed.
See, I like that because it puts a rarity on the thing. It's the classic chosen one thing.
The rarity is my desire to learn and believe in myself.
But you can suspend belief on meeting Yoda, but you can't. Like you can just imagine yourself as someone with midichlorians too, and be like, in this world, I would have been.
I bet I'd have a lot of
Jedi. Them. Yeah, Kyle would have been fucking flush with it. They would have been
like blown the fuck away.
He's nothing I felt but excluded from the Jedi Club when I learned it was something in your blood. Whereas previously, I thought with enough determination, I could get there.
I don't like. I don't care enough about the Star Wars world. But if I were a fan, I would not like this canonical change. These other reviews, the 5-star ones. Here's a line from one of those. It's a fun ride, in my opinion, and if you aren't an annoying Star Wars bro who hates women and diversity in movies, then give it a go. That's one of a 5-star. Here's another 5-star. Here's another 5-star.
Audience.
It's funny that the that the entire audience that like review bombing. Oh, so bad, so crazy, unreliable nonsense. Review, boosting or juicing, which is what these people are clearly doing. People are review bombing this show. The old white guys upset by it that think it's too woke, or the immature teenage boys. But let's be honest, they're still going to watch the show. Like,
I need to see it with my own eyes.
Yeah,
like people who hated Endgame because of the 15 seconds. Yeah, maybe they're right. I was like, yeah, Endgame was amazing. People who fuss about that whole movie because of the 15 seconds where the girls posed. I get where you're coming from. It was stupid, but I still like the movie. It didn't ruin the whole thing for me.
The cut. I want a fan to like edit that out for me. Just that 15 like that didn't happen.
Don't worry, we got it.
It doesn't. In no way did it ruin the movie to me. It was like Okay, but so much cool had preceded that moment that it was like, dude, you could fuck Captain America in the ass right now with a strap on. Like you could end the movie with that, and I'd be okay with it. Like, this was we caught the fuck, picked up the hammer, dude. Picked up the hammer.
Yeah.
These shows would do better if they like didn't seemingly make them in a way that just actively hates the core viewer.
Yeah, it seems like there is enough out there. I mean, I'm a Star Wars geek too. It seems like there is enough out there that if there's something that isn't woke enough for you, you could just go watch something else. Like if people want to watch, I don't know, Smoking the Bandit, it's a great movie. It's a terrible movie on paper, but it's a great movie. And it's a bunch of white dudes chasing each other around in cars. Like there's no racism in the movie whatsoever, other than probably some flags in the background to people I have a problem with. But if that's not your thing, like just don't go watch it. Like, I think there's this, everybody is being forced to filter everything through this, system where, you can't have anything edgy, getting rid of the light in the dark, all that. Like, it just seems like in the pantheon of entertainment, there's got to be something for you if you don't like one thing to go watch something else. But I guess the people producing everything now want to pander to as many people as possible so as to increase the profit. So it does make sense to make something that's not going to get.
If they really bang you over the head with it, I'll agree with the MAGA guys. But if it's just 15 seconds in a 3-hour movie, I think they're overreacting.
Yeah,
it's just when it's like it's just ham-handed, when it's like just an aside in like a space show that's like, oh, you're just ripping on white people? Like, really? Like, up in space, this is still a problem? Like, you got aliens everywhere. Like,
I need to see it. Like, the most recent Star Treks have a lot of diversity in the cast, but it doesn't seem
always
to be
have.
part
Star Trek's
of the
always
show.
been a very liberal left-wing show, from its insurgence.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I never felt
big time.
Well, I didn't feel too beaten over the head. It didn't make me not enjoy Star Trek.
Yeah, and the new ones I thought were very well cast. I mean, particularly with the principal characters, and it was all the same. It was 3 white guys, a black chick, and a Scottish dude. I mean, just like the original movie.
You got a Russian guy and a Jap, and this isn't long after World War II, and the Cold War is brewing.
What's the name of the really good current one? Pike is the star.
Oh, Strange New Worlds, my favorite Star Trek property of all time. I think these days, I think it's hard to go back and watch like Deep Space Nine because I've seen it so many times probably, but also it doesn't look that great, and the plot lines are clearly cheap sometimes, most of the time. It's like, oh, we're in a cave again. I bet we don't get out until
lean this way and lean that way with the ship.
I bet we get out of this cave about 3 minutes before the end, so we can talk to the doctor in sick bay, and then we call it a game, huh, boys? It's a little frustrating. But Strange New Worlds, I'm sure there's a cave episode in Strange New Worlds because it's a trope and it's good to have it in there. I want one, but it feels kind of big budget and it feels slick. It has that sort of very clean, slick look to the ship and the tech. And everybody's very good. All the actors are very good, and I don't see anything that's like overly woke, I guess you'd say, anything that's beating you over the head or offensive to me personally or anything. And also more importantly, because who cares what I fucking feel? It's not offensive to Star Trek canon to me. I feel like it's like, yeah, this is about right, because you go back to 1967, 68 Star Trek. And they genuinely, literally have a race of people who are at war on this planet, a civil war, and they're bisected down the middle, black and white. They're like a black and white cookie. Like imagine a black and white cookie became a person, and they're split north, south, black and white. And the people who are right side black or were the people who are left side black. And it's this clearly an allegory for black on white racism. And it's like, look, we're all the fucking same. Come on, what's the big deal? And it was the audience was supposed to wake up and be like, yeah, that's kind of like, it make you think a little.
Whoa, never thought of it that way.
Captain Kirk banging every alien race was a little bit of outreach.
It was the 60s.
Yeah, that was very
it was the 60s. They just let him in school.
The 1966 cast, which was, it was, Lieutenant Her, you had an African American, you had a bunch of white guys, you had an Asian guy, and Nichelle Nichols, who played Lieutenant Uhura in the 60s. When I learned this from a drunk history thing, but I've since corroborated somewhere. it's fantastic storyline with that. So she's on the show for like 1 year and just didn't watch it, didn't get it, wasn't into it, decided she was going to leave the show. And Martin Luther King was a Star Trek fan and went to her and was like, you know, in an era where most black people in movies or TV are either playing slaves or are servers at a restaurant or something, like you were like an officer on a ship, you were an equal with these other characters, like you are this tremendous role model. And she had not seen it that way and decided to stay on the show. It was also the show with the first interracial kiss. Shatner was supposed to do a scene where he's like, they're like mind controlled or something. Somebody's using all like puppets to put on plays or something. And his character was supposed to kiss Lieutenant Uhura's character. And like the network was like, I don't know. So he kept like throwing it and kissing it and like making him shoot it over and over again. And they finally made him do one without the kiss in it. And he intentionally crossed his eyes so they would have to throw that scene out and use the one where he kisses Nichelle Nichols' character. And, you know, I thought that was pretty interesting, especially for, 50 something years ago.
Yeah, he wanted it in there.
Yeah. The new one though, the only bit, and I didn't really interpret this as like woke, but there's a scene in one of the, I don't know which movie it was, honestly, but it was like they're all the characters are kind of on R&R, and you see the guy that plays Mr. Sulu, who was originally played by George Takei in the original Star Wars, like from the 60s. And in real life, he has a male partner, and you see there's a scene where you see the Sulu character walking off with like his kid, but he has a male partner as well. But it didn't come across as like woke. It just was like a little nod to George Takei, like, hey, buddy, you're still, you're going to get to be you in this universe. And I thought that was just a cool throwback to him.
Talking about Star Trek, it's the best day ever for me.
And I'm
everything you said is 100%
really
accurate.
Even like a Trekkie, but I just thought that was a cool bit of history.
I didn't care either, and I heard people. I watched tons of movie reviews, so if there's a review on a movie, I've seen eight different versions of that review on that movie, and there was one guy who was like, "Wait a minute, what? Why would? Okay, the actor George Takei is gay. Why would Mr. Sulu be gay? What the? That's the antithesis of acting. Why would he necessarily?" Guaranteed carry that trait onward. Why is he not being a straight man? It'd be a real acting job if he was in there fucking. And it's like, I don't know, just let him be gay. Let there be a gay character on the bridge. That's fine with me. Because again, when in the late 60s, you had I think the weapons officer I think Chekhov was the weapons guy, because I think Sulu was driving.
Ooh,
and
Russians,
that's funny.
They weren't liked either.
They got a Japanese Asian driver on the flagship of the Federation of the Starfleet. Never. And this is maybe 11 years after Takei was in an internment camp as a kid. Like from World War II. Not 11. It's way more.
Math
years, like
doesn't
22.
add up. Was he like one of those Japanese soldiers who didn't realize it was okay to leave? Like he was a Californian. His family and him were rounded up and put in a Japanese internment camp here to make sure they didn't do anything quote unquote sneaky during World War II. But I don't know why I said 11 years. It's like 22 years or something probably. Yeah, he must have been a real little kid.
Yeah, so that was really woke and progressive, I'm sure, to some people in the late 60s. It's like, why they got a fucking Ruski operating the cannons? He's liable to sneak one of them warheads back home to Moscow, And then you've got him again, and get the black girl on there. The whole thing.
They had their finger in a lot of pies.
I'm sure that was their version of.
Star Trek's been around for 60 years now, and as far as I know, they've never let an Asian woman drive the ship.
That's why they still have a ship.
They do crash it from time to time.
George Takei was getting some sort of like lifetime achievement award of some bit, and like he's very funny. Like I've seen some interviews of him. He's hilarious.
He's a guy.
But like he made a reference. He was like something like his closing speech, blah blah blah, whatever. Having not been part of the show and made all these great friends, whatever. And thank you for letting an Asian guy drive. Like he even threw the and he just killed it. Like he did that kind of 8 Mile. He sort of 8 Miled it, where he just owned it. But the modern one with the character, with Sulu's character having a male partner in the show, like, me personally, I don't have. I like girls, but I don't have any prejudice whatsoever towards whoever anybody wants to like. And if I look at the cross section of my friend group, out of let's say 100 of my friends, probably, I don't know, 5 of them are probably gay or lesbian. So if you take a ship with a cast of hundreds of people, it would just seem demographically accurate that at least some of those characters would probably have a same-sex partner as well. Like that just seems more like a realistic depiction of humanity than
what it was is
pandering to wokeness.
For some reason, George Takei being gay made it okay in my eyes. That's what it is. I just sort of self-analyzed how I feel about that scene, because just to be clear to non-fucking nerds, it's an unnecessary scene that you show him walking away for his R&R, and then he holds hands with a man and they've got a kid. Like, there's no real reason to have that scene there. It's just say, hey, Sulu's gay too. And I was like, cool. But and the reason I thought it was cool is because I know that reference, and it was a little pat on the back. And it was like, yeah, you know.
Yeah, he is gay. A little fun factoid.
Oh, yeah. But at
so
the
I was
same
okay
time,
with that.
But if it had been a male and a female character walking away with a kid, would you have even noticed, or would it have just been like, okay,
I think I'd have made a joke. I'd have probably made a joke about it. I'd be like, come on, Sulu's gay though. Like it would have been something like that. Yeah, we can wrap it up. It's been a wonderful show.
Yeah. I've you guys are fun to hang out with.
Yeah,
Andy,
you as well. Glad
Chris
your internet got cleared up.
Well, and again, sorry for whatever the audio was, or I was talking over people. I was just trying to wing it.
Sorry if I was rude.
No, not at all. But I did not mean to be rude myself. But no, I've always enjoyed being on here. I mean, I'm a good have a plan person anyway, but like having no idea what we're going to talk about, like it's just so fun to just watch it evolve with y'all. And y'all are all just informed, smart people. You got your own opinions, and things just evolve. Like it's always fun to be on here. It's just cool to see what comes up.
Yeah,
thank you. Very nice.
Thank you so much. PKA 704.
All right. Thank you, fellas.